Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors live from the Thunderbolt Raceway circuit here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, good morning. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. Seems a little bit cooler than yesterday, so I'm doing even better.
Yeah, absolutely. But a beautiful day here at the track, and looking forward to some wonderful racing. We're going to be getting underway in just a few moments with our very first race. But Brian, quickly, let's take a quick look here at this beautiful New Jersey Motorsports Park track, the Thunderbolt circuit. Here it is 12 turns. It is a touch over 2 miles, 2.25 miles, with a lot of elevation change and that ever difficult octopus down there, turns 7, 8, 9, and 10, going from increasing radius to decreasing radius turns, changes in direction that it seems doesn't matter if you've got a long wheelbase, high horsepower car, or if you've got a nimble, quick little small car. It's always a difficult time to navigate that portion of the course.
Well, you're right, Greg. And I tell you what, when we watch our first group, when they go out, when they go through that octopus, it's going to be a lot of throttle modulation in order to get through that as quick as possible. We're going to talk to, we've got a guest we're going to talk to during that race, and he'll be able to give us a little bit more insight because he's been around that several times. And we need to make sure that everybody understands it's difficult, especially in a high horsepower car.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, as we get ready to go, let's do this. Let's take a look at what we have on tap for everybody here today at the racetrack. Of course, today is Sunday, I believe, and it is feature race day here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, where we have for all of our race groups, with the exception of one, 22 lap or 45 minutes for races, whichever comes first across across 4 of the 5 race groups. Yep. Of course, considerably longer than those 25-minute races that we ran yesterday. The one exception is going to be group number 4 for our open wheel and prototype racers. Their race is going to be simply 20 laps. Yep. Or 45 minutes. So a little bit shorter for them, and simply because the racers felt that there was a possibility that, they may not be able to have make their cars run those extra 2 laps, those extra 5 miles or so, or 4.5 miles to get to the end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm going to cut it back to 20 laps. But, again, we're going 22 laps in the other 4 groups, but after what we saw yesterday, within those 25 minutes, Greg, we were going about 17 laps. Right? So we're going to add 5 more. So you add that another 2.25 miles. That's, if my math is correctly, what's that, almost 12 miles? So
we all know math. You should not be asking me math questions.
Well, that is true. So, we'll figure that out. But yeah, it works out, I think, to be close to 12 miles. So again, that when we talk about that other group, that could be where the fuel problem could come in.
Indeed. All right, so we're getting word now, Brian, that we've got about 5 minutes before our first race gets underway, and that is our big bore group, GT cars, American sedan cars, super touring under, as well as 3 of our 4 touring classes. And we figured we'd bring in somebody who knows a little bit about racing, not only with the other classes in this group, but certainly about American Sedan. He is our defending and 2-time American Sedan National Champion, Danny Richardson. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing very well on this early morning, and want to thank you for coming in and joining us. And as we're getting ready, and we're going to run down the starting order here in just a few moments, but as we're getting ready to go racing, what are, as we are getting towards the end of the U.S. Majors Tour season and the ability to qualify for the National Championship Runoffs this fall at Road America, what are you looking to see here today from this group of racers?
So you're going to see a lot of guys that are just making sure that they can get past halfway. I mean, in this heat and stuff, attrition is going to be a big thing. You always talk about it, especially in these classes, especially American Sedan. But at the end of the day, people are trying to get their finishes. People are trying to get their points to meet their requirements so that they can make it to the big show.
No, I tell you what, Danny, you talk about the heat and everything else, and we really went through this all day yesterday. It's a little bit cooler this morning than what these drivers have had to go through really all day yesterday, and even on Friday during some of the the practice sessions, because it was pretty warm there as well. How much is tire degradation really going to play into this as well, and especially when that fuel starts to burn off?
I mean, it's going to be everything. The operating ranges based on what tire choices they use. A lot of the guys that are running the DOT compound tires, so like the Hoosiers and stuff like that, some are choosing to run on the A compound tire, some are running on the R's, and each one has a temperature rating that it's really allowed to operate in. If you go over that rating, they just completely melt themselves to the ground. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of guys out there on that R compound today, just knowing that track surface is going to be in like the 120 degree range. Mm-hmm. You really don't want to go over 185, 190 on the tires if you're using the A's, but the R should be able to take it.
Yeah. Now, one of these cars, and we'll talk about that when we do the rundown here once they get going. One of these cars, you were out in it this week. You were testing. You and I were talking about it last night, kind of hanging around the paddock a little bit, and that's obviously Philip DePippo's car in that T3 number 94 machine. And you found a lot of stuff that you really made some changes, and when he was out in it this weekend, kind of getting better and better and faster. Talk about, not everything. Obviously, we don't want to give away everything, right? But talk about kind of, and again, this is where the experience comes in. And as I said, you and I were talking about it last week. From what you're used to driving into this, there are some significant changes between both of those cars.
Absolutely. So, for example, that's the EcoBoost 4-cylinder turbo Mustang. I'm used to the big, heavy, loud V8s and stuff like that, but it's amazing the difference in the way the power is applied. Like you're going through a corner and then you have the turbo lag and the turbo doesn't hit until you're like 3/4
right at the wrong place.
Yeah. And it's like, oh yeah, an instant shock of all this extra torque, and the back end's just like, nope, I've had enough. So, but no, it was a lot of it was similar to what I'm used to, but there's a lot of difference in it. A lot more pointy nose. I always talk about like how Max Verstappen wants all of the stuff on the nose. That car actually really liked a lot of nose on it, and I got to play with it for a couple days and really work hard on it, make sure that Phil had a really good platform to work with here. And, I'm excited. He's been really happy so far, and I'm excited to see what he does today.
Excellent. All right, well, Brian, we could see our splitter setting up on the pit lane here to send our racers from the grid as that beautiful red Ciocca Corvette pace car starts to work its way from the grid and get into position. Why don't we run down the starting order for today's very first race?
All right. Starting on the pole in that number 33, in that Ford Mustang and a T1 machine, that is Andrew Aquilante. Starting in the second position, that's going to be Brian Goodman, another T1 machine in that BMW M3 in that number 48. Starting third is going to be Ted Zobrist in that number 96. That's a GT1 machine and a Porsche 911 GT3. Starting fourth is going to be the 08 in a T2 machine. That's Kurt Resitano, and he will also be in a Ford Mustang. Starting in the fifth position, and this driver came from the back, Greg, all the way up to into that fifth position.
That's something that he's used to doing very often. Took a national championship that way two years ago.
Absolutely. That's going to be Chip Herr in the 17, and he's going to be an STU in that Audi A4. Starting in the sixth position, is going to be the number 73 in a T2 Chevrolet Corvette. That's going to be David Sanders. Starting in the seventh position, that's going to be James Wilson, another T1 machine in the number 29. He's also in a Porsche GT4 RS. Starting in the number 8 position, that's going to be the 89. That's our pole sitter in American Sedan. That's going to be Dylan Licklider in a Ford Mustang, and he's been pretty quick here all weekend long. Starting in the 9th position, that's going to be the number 46 of Alan Phillips in a T2 machine, and again, another Ford Mustang. Starting in the 10th position, the number 26, that's Dominic Rizzo. Good run for Dominic yesterday, again in a Chevrolet Corvette. Starting in the 11th position, that's going to be the number 99. That's going to be Joseph Latanzi, again in a Chevrolet Corvette. Starting in the 12th position, the 06 of Ronald Lombardo, and he's going to be in a Ford Mustang, and that's another T1 machine. Starting in the 13th position, the number 92 of John Gatzmeyer, a Chevrolet Corvette, again in that T2 class. Starting in the 14th position, sitting second in American Sedan, that's going to be the 58 of Beth Aquilante, and that's a Pontiac Firebird. Starting in the 15th position, the number 90 of Anthony Valente, and he's going to be in a Chevrolet Corvette. Starting in the 16th position, we were just talking about this car with Danny. That's going to be the number 94 of Philip DePippo in that Ford Mustang. Starting in the 17th position, another American sedan, that's Dwight Cooney in the number 57. Starting in the 18th position, one of our STU competitors, that's going to be Michael Reese, and he'll be in the 69 in that Honda S2000. I know Michael had some problems yesterday early on, wasn't able to complete the entire event. Starting in the 19th position, that's going to be the 39 of Edwin Karabak, and he's going to be in a BMW 330 in that 19th position. Starting 20th, in the number 50, Joseph Fagolia, and that's going to be a Chevrolet Corvette, and that's going to be in GT1 class. And I know Joseph had some problems earlier on yesterday morning during his qualifying. I did not see him around last night, so I think he may have already left the facility. So that's going to be our starting lineup. 20 cars field for our first group of big board.
All right, well, real quick, Brian, a couple things of note here as we're on board with David Sanders in the number 73 Touring 2 Corvette, who finished second in Touring 2 behind Kurt Resitano yesterday. Andrew Aquilante, our pole sitter and runaway race winner yesterday in his in Touring 1, did not make the grid today, and so that will put Brian Goodman on pole, and I believe Kurt Resitano will start on the outside of the front row as we see the field now starting to get formed up as they come out of the Octopus.
I'm not seeing Resitano up there either.
Oh,
that
yeah.
looks like that's going to be Goodman and
That's
Zobrist.
Goodman in the Porsche, yeah,
and
absolutely.
Zobrist in that Porsche in that 911.
All right, so the field now, and we'll get a better feel for that field now as they come out of the Octopus through this quick little bend here over at turn 11, and then they've got the one final corner as the lights are out on the safety car, on the pace car here, and it is now taken to the pit lane, turning things over to Brian Goodman out of Fairfield, Connecticut in his BMW M3 as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, Brian, and pretty much nose up. We've got both Goodman as well as Zorbs there in the GT1 Porsche 911 as they head now down into turn number 1.
I tell you what, the man on the move on that start, we've got one car that went off there, and you know, we're looking at it, didn't get a number, not sure if somebody went off to the right, but the start of the day really right now is Chip Herr, because he got up almost 3 wide as they crossed the start-finish line with Goodman and Zorbs in that Porsche. But now he's fallen back a little bit. We'll try to figure out what the number was on that car. I just think they went too wide, hit the dirt, and kept going. I didn't see where anybody went off
I think it was Alan
through
Phillips.
there. You think Alan Phillips may have gone off all the way through? So we'll take a look at that. We'll try to see if we can't get that number. Comes across through the radio.
All right, as we go on board with David Sanders, and he's right behind that Audi A4 of Chip Herr, same touring car that Chip ran in Pirelli World Challenge back in the early 2000s, and they took to a win the past 2 years in Super Touring Under.
Oh.
And looks like a little tire rub there in the right rear from Chip Herr as they're coming through, as the car gets heavily loaded up in that Octopus section. So let's jump back here as they come out of the Octopus now. And Brian, you know, we mentioned, of course, he's sitting about mid-pack. He had to start from the very rear of the field yesterday, as he had originally qualified a different car, a Subaru, that unfortunately wasn't in a position to race, frankly. And so Chip ended up switching back to the Audi, which was here, and had to start from the very back of the pack.
Well, if you didn't know that Chip was a 2-time STU champion, if you just go back to the in-car in there for David Sanders, Chip has actually put it on the rear window of his car. So Danny and I are looking at it. You can see it right at the very top in the back window. It does say 2-time national STU champion. So
it's the most Chip thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Well, that way, when he does start at the very back of the pack, they know that
when he passes
who's just past them, exactly. Which, you know, when he won his first national championship, he started at the very rear of the field of like a 25 car field and worked his way up to the lead. Let's jump back over and see if we can pick up now. Whoops, I'm going to move forward a little bit and try to pick up our field. Now there is Goodman working and bringing the rest of the field through the Octopus, but worked from the very rear of the pack to the front. The year before had done the exact same thing, except that a Subaru only made it up to second, but ended up on the podium. And if he'd had maybe another lap, he might have been a 3-time defending champion.
Yep. Pretty good battle here in basically in T1 and T2 between James Wilson. We kind of saw this yesterday as well. James Wilson in that 29 machine and Joseph Latanzi in that 99 machine. Again, those two drivers still continuing to battle, even from yesterday all the way through today.
All right, well, I'll stick here on this camera, and we'll wait for them to come into our view here, Brian. And I think they are – there they are right there, the second and third car in this little group, and we'll track them. Again, they had a wonderful battle yesterday, Danny.
Absolutely. I mean, the racing yesterday was incredible. It was like 6 cars, like almost nose to tail for the majority of the race. It was incredible. Even if it's different class racing and stuff, these guys are still out there having a blast.
Well, just sitting there, and you and I were just looking at timing. I was pointing out, the car that you've been kind of working on, the Philip DePippo, he ends up moving up a little bit further. It got a good battle going on with Anthony Valente in that T2 number 90, that Chevrolet Camaro as well. And, I tell you what, that when they came by the start-finish line, Philip looked like he got a really good run, drive off out of turn number 12, kind of set him up to try to get right on that back bumper, not able to make that pass. But, Danny, one of the questions I want to talk about is, in the opening we talked about when you go through the Octopus here, there's a lot of throttle modulation in some of these cars, especially in the car that, you're used to running here in this American sedan coming through here. It's a lot to get the car to turn. Some of these cars, as you talked about in Philip's car, it's almost a point, right? You can get it to point there. Talk about a little bit more of the difference there between that, having to use the throttle to get the car to turn, especially in that back half of that racetrack, as opposed to some of these other cars where you don't really, it's a point and get into the right spot.
It's amazing in that section of the track because the corners are so long. You load up the suspension for so long that you reach that top end of the suspension curve. So if you do any more addition of whether it's throttle or braking or anything like steering input, whatever, you're already at that maximum suspension.
Real quick, guys, wanted to jump in here. We've got 2 cars that appear to have an issue over by turn 3. One of them appears to be, let me come back here.
Michael Reese in the 69 is the one.
In the Honda S2000, and there was another car off as well. We'll try and get the number of that from our corner station.
Dylan
Licklider, possibly.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll keep an ear out for that. But, yeah, I think it was. The 69 there, Michael Reese, along with Licklider.
That was both black Mustangs having an issue in this race.
Yeah. Maybe want to come in here really quick and change that paint scheme as quick as you can.
I don't know.
Tell your crew I'm coming down pit road. Put an orange dot on the
Phil's car's green. We're all right.
Yeah, correct. Right. May want to come down, put an orange dot, change your paint scheme, not be a solid black. But again, talk a little bit more about it. I mean, obviously, with that.
So what I was saying, so you're at that limit of the suspension curve and everything, and so what you end up doing is you end up actually trying to steer the car more with the rear, using the rear tires and the throttle. But you're in them for so long, so you have to kind of just play with it until you can actually get the car to line up and do what it wants to do. And the whole time you're just begging and praying that you could put more throttle application into it. But it's an amazing. It's one of the coolest couple of corners on this track. I remember coming here the very, very, very first time back when the first Mars race came here. And, everyone's inkling, especially at the end of the Octopus at the right-hander, was to try and use the throttle to actually rotate the car. And you could sit out there and just watch car after car go straight off the track when they were trying to do it. It's one of the most weird corners that I've ever raced at.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we've got Michael Reese not able to work his way all the way back after having that incident there, gentlemen, where I think he's pulled off down somewhere down near turn number 10. Kind of off, so we'll have to see. It doesn't look like we're going to have to get him moved right away. It looks like he's off in a comfortable spot that we can probably be able to finish this race here.
All right, so Brian, I was trying to pick up the American sedan battle for the lead between Dylan Licklider in the number 89 machine and then Beth Aquilante, who we have running. And in the last lap or so, Licklider has been able to open up maybe another 3-4 car lengths on the Firebird. of Aqualante. There's Licklighter right there with, and we see the second car in line. That is the Aqualante car, and then we've got a car.
That's the Michael Reese car back
machine,
there. Yeah.
exactly.
Kind of pulled over into the middle of the.
Made it about 3/4 of the way around the track because I think he was trying to limp it back to the pits.
Would you call that the head of the octopus there? Because he's in the middle of the.
I don't know.
Would that be the top there?
Might be one of the tentacles. I don't know.
I'm so indifferent right now. Phil's closing down on that Camaro right now. I got to cheer for a Mustang over Camaro.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that difficult for you?
Yes.
He's been running him down quite a bit. So
all right, well, let's follow that for a moment here. Is that they're right behind the Aqualante machine? There they are coming down into turn 3.
Well, I've been noticing it, kind of yesterday too, and then noticing a little bit today is when he comes out of the octopus, he's really got the drive off of 12, and he really propels himself down the front stretch. Where he loses a little bit is kind of going into turn 1 there and kind of come up. That's where the gap seems to open, and then he's able to close that back down when he gets on the back half of this racetrack. So, again, as the fuel and the tires burn off, that actually may help him a little bit more, too. It could be that he's taking it easy. I'm not sure what you guys discussed as far as strategy goes, but, we still have 16 laps to go. There's a long way to go.
Well, I mean, me. I set that car up. I told him to beat the heck out of me.
Just go and don't stop.
That's right.
We're acing in, man. We knuckle draggers.
That's right.
Well, he just overran. He just overran the entry into that
That's
into
good,
the
though.
octopus.
That's good.
There.
He's pushing it. He's pushing it.
You definitely see that the nose of that car washed out right there. So really pushing that. So again, gather that back up a little bit further. And we were talking about this, and it looks like we got a car down there heading down in toward the octopus that may be heavily smoking there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
All right, well,
through there. Let's see. I think it was this that may have been.
Is it the second BMW there?
Well,
because I don't.
That is Brian Goodman, who was our overall leader heading down in there. So he has pulled off down there. Again, I saw a lot of smoke right when they came out down past that. And so he's back to the entrance of the octopus over there. Right there. As a matter of fact, he's right behind our ticker there.
There we go.
It is. So
turning into a parking lot over there.
Yeah, the head of the octopus is really starting to accumulate some cars.
Who knew that the octopus was a carnivore? Hey, real quick, Brian, I want to jump over back and check back in now with David Sanders, as he has been just dicing with Chip Herr all race long, and now I think David Sanders is ready to put a banner on his rear window that says, "I just passed two-time STU champion Chip Herr." Yeah,
well, just now got by him, so really good entry into turn number 1 to make that pass. They were David got again another good run out of turn number 12 and head down the start-finish line, and not able to get him through there, and Chip tried to take him too wide there going into 1, but then thought better of it. So got a good run on the outside there.
Yeah, as you can see, as we've got the rear camera, he's coming.
He's stuck it in.
He's going to try to come underneath him going down into turn 6. And he's right alongside him. You can see where Sanders is pushed out wide as they come into the braking. And Sanders with just a lot more brake there, but this is probably the opportunity for Chip if he can keep that all-wheel drive Audi from pushing wide through this section. I would assume that Audi probably one of the more difficult portions of the racetrack, with its tendency to understeer quite a bit.
Chip's got to get him on that back section. Dave's going to have a lot more power down the straights here, so he's got to stick with him and then make that move right back there, probably in the octopus, or like we saw it in the braking zones of 5 and 6.
Yeah, because this is where you can see there, just as they came out of the octopus, where that Corvette's able to put the power down. Now, Sanders, again, running in T2, was your 2022 SPEC Corvette National Champion in this particular car, and came over, just like it hurts you to cheer on and to help somebody in a Mustang. David actually grew up racing Pontiacs in NHRA, doing some drag racing. So, I guess he got the better of the Audi in the drag race right there. So let's jump over. We'll pick them up from the outside here and follow through, because this is again where Chip seemed to be pretty strong.
Big launch out of 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, really gets
There it
deep on the
comes.
braking,
Yep.
more than obviously David does, and able to do it. It looks like he tries to stick it back down in there on the inside.
Is he going to pinch him going into the octopus?
Wow, looks like he's going to stay outside of him here and try to really work around him.
And he might be able to come underneath him in that first section there, but
He's not coming underneath. He's going outside. He wants to try to take the long way around, thinking he can do it, but now he's going to set himself up for here as well. I think Chip's going to set him up at some point during the next couple of laps and really try to do that over-under, especially coming out through there, coming up through 11 and down into 12.
Oops, let's go back here. There they go. Yeah, and of course, once you get here, this is where Sanders has the advantage
Sure.
down the front straight.
But if you look at you look and you go down into turn number 1 with that group there, I tell you what, Greg, it's really where Chip Herr really gets the good run.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so we have gotten word now,
I think
and it looks like we've got another car that looks a little bit off the pace, Brian.
That
going
is
to the octopus.
actually Latanzi, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a 99 again.
Yeah, and that car was smoking pretty heavily, Brian, and the corner workers are definitely taking a look at it here. So Joseph Latanzi his race car may not be long for this race, as he's now off the pace. I thought we were going to have a third race car over down at the Octopus, but indeed he is going to bring that car onto the pit lane.
It's not good to have a black paint scheme this morning.
No, apparently not.
We've got quite a bit of problems with these.
Dark color absorbs the sun.
Yeah.
It's hot out. I get it.
All right, let's jump back with some of the action here.
That's why you have white. Is that why you went with white?
There you go.
Learned early on, maybe.
Yeah.
Good run there with Thaquilante, and I believe that may be Dominic Rizzo in the
I
26.
think, Oops.
Again, Rizzo was up a little bit further, battling with James Wilson along with Latanzi before he had that problem. So we'll have to keep. That is either Rizzo or that may be John Gatzmeyer.
Gatzmeyer in the 92 machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The number 92 Z06, another one of our Touring 2 cars. I think another one of the machines that had been running in the Spec Corvette series. And said he got into racing. Brian Gatzmeyer did. He rented stock cars on the Milwaukee Mile.
Yeah.
And did some late model dirt modifieds as well.
One of the word coming across the radio here too, gentlemen, is that with that Latanzi machine, kind of having some smoke coming out, trying to keep an eye on the racetrack here, possibly some fluids around.
Yeah.
So again, that changes the dynamic of if you do see it and it's not enough, you've got to alter your line in certain areas, and that could cause even a bigger problem.
Brian, I'm going to jump back, and again, not a battle in class if you don't mind. I'm going to jump back over to David Sanders here because Chip Herr has gotten back around the Chevy Corvette here as they come through this. It's almost a straightaway out of the Octopus and into the final corner here, turn 12, and onto the front straight.
Yeah, and again,
Our advantage.
11 laps to go here. Still plenty enough time. These two are really doing it. And Sanders gets really deep into turn 1.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the last 2 laps I've watched, that's the deepest he's gotten, all the way through. But that car is really starting to become a handful.
Some tires are starting to go. You can see that.
His hands are working pretty hard, yeah.
You're shaking your head so hard that the headset almost came off. Almost as hard as his hands were working in the steering wheel, trying to keep that car under control.
Yeah,
you can see it right here. Sorry, Greg. You can see it right here, the distance that he's, that Chip's been able to open up as the race has gone on.
Yeah, interesting there as far as the weight transfer. Also looking at that Audi, as we had, again, some rear wheel brake lockup going into turn 5 as the car kind of leaned over, and that inside rear wheel is basically just dragging along the pavement. But it's interesting to look at the handling dynamics and how they're so obviously so different between an all-wheel drive sedan and something like a C6 Corvette.
Yeah.
Or a C5 Corvette.
C5, yep.
We'll have to see when he comes out of here how much he gains going back down into turn 1.
Yeah.
how much he's going to gain.
That's your right foot doing a lot of throttle modulation there.
I
It's
wouldn't
got to
give
be
to see the throttle trace right now.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. On, off, on, off, on, off. Exactly. All right, let's pick up some of the other action out here if we can. Let's see. We're going to go into turn 5, I think.
That's the back half of the Gatzmeyer machine.
Yeah.
Anthony Valente a little bit further back than Alan Phillips has now gotten back around Philip DePippo in that number 94 in that T3 machine. Starting to possibly struggle a little bit as we get to, over the halfway mark.
It's a big, heavy car on a really small tire, so, I mean, it is what it is,
you got what you got, and just drive the heck out of it.
It's hot. It's, they're pushing it. It's a heavy car. It's going to happen.
Yep. It's something that you deal with every single time you bring that number 22 Camaro out. I totally get it.
Oh, 100%.
There's our overall leader. Haven't talked a little bit about, haven't talked pretty much about Ted Zobrist, that 96 car, as he's getting ready to come up on the Alan Phillips machine. So, again, Ted breaking out there, kind of, put a lap on Alan Phillips, who is our 11th place car overall. So,
there he goes.
Ted getting the most out of everything that he's had. A little bit slower in time again as the race goes on. Early on, lap 4, 124.179 was his best. That was faster than what he did in the race yesterday. Even faster than his qualifying time if he said it during the race. So got that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car kind of set up right here going through. I know he's been kind of coming into some lap traffic here, so times have kind of come going up a little bit, but that car seems to be doing really well.
All right, so Brian, just as we're actually a little bit over halfway, working lap number 14 out of 22 here. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, race group 2 is your first call to the grid.
You know what, Greg? Let's go ahead and back up in this American sedan, and they're just now crossing the start-finish line now. And that's going to be Dylan Licklider. There goes Beth Aquilante. Now, she, it opened up a little bit. But she seems to have closed it down just a little bit more. There goes Dylan Licklider right now. And again, I think he had that problem early on in the race, and she's kind of closed it back a little bit, kind of opening up. One lap it'll be within 2 seconds. The next it closes down to like 1.5. So there is certain parts of the racetrack that she is starting to close on Dylan.
She's picking up about 0.8 a lap for the past 2 laps.
Yeah.
So she's definitely working it.
Yep. So that car's starting to come in, set up for that long haul, and trying to catch Dylan. Again, not sure what had happened earlier on. That car obviously may not be, all set up to what it was earlier.
Yeah, Dylan was real close down to the track record almost in qualifying. So I mean, he was doing really well this weekend so far.
Now talk about that from a heavier car, again, we'll look at the stock car side of it, because that's kind of, again, you and I were talking about it last night, that's kind of really where you're at from that, and even some of these these cars here as well. Obviously you never want to see a full course caution. Do you anticipate that potentially happening when you have so many mixed classes in here, or you just set it up, hey, look, it's going to go 22 laps. I'm setting it up for the long, not a potential break in between?
So the truth is you do it based on which track you're at. So every single track reacts to things different, as well as the level of danger of the track itself. New Jersey tends to run pretty well without cautions, but somewhere like Watkins Glen, we had two cautions and 2 races, and so it's different in each one. But at the end of the day, you have to prepare for a full race every time, regardless. You can't just assume that you're going to get a break in the middle of the race, because if you do, you're not going to get one.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so Zorb's making his way past Beth Aquilante's Firebird now, putting himself between our first and second place American sedan racers, between Dylan Licklider and Beth Aquilante. And Aquilante contracts director with Lockheed Martin. Her father, Tom,
Yep.
of course, got the whole family into racing many years ago, and starting back in the 80s. And obviously, the Aquilante family, I guess, we won't call it SCCA royalty, but I think pretty close across the multiple branches of that family.
Well, we actually had Joe in the chat yesterday.
That's right.
So, of course, he came on after the big boy race was over.
Yeah,
so
right.
I think hopefully somebody sent him the schedule for that. Hey, just so
Well,
you know,
he might be more interested in little British cars now. For
yeah,
all we
could
know,
be.
right?
Yeah, right. Again, several drivers not taking the green. We talked about it. Andrew Aquilante not taking the green. Kurt Resitano, Dwight Cooney, and Cooney had some problems yesterday during his time, along with Joseph Folia. And again, he didn't make the race yesterday, so I know that he had some problems during qualifying.
And as quickly as Licklater had opened up that advantage on Beth, I think Beth has now fallen. Quite a bit further back.
Yeah.
Had a number of cars, between Zorb's first off getting around her, but is now almost 4 seconds off the back of the Mustang.
Yeah.
As we jump back again for that outer class battle between Chip Herr and David Sanders, and it looks like Sanders pretty much used up the car.
Well, I was going to say,
on.
I think that, he used that up to really battle there because Chip was pulled away, pretty much 10, 15 car lengths difference between those two. But when we were in car, Cameron with Sanders, when they were battling, you could clearly see the hands were doing more turning than the actual car was doing.
Yeah, I think the last time by the gap. And by the way, Herr and Sanders currently running second and third overall.
Yeah.
But I think with about 2.5 seconds now separating them is with Zorb's completing lap number 17. We've got 5 laps remaining now here at Thunderbolt Raceway, the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors. And of course, we want to thank all of you for joining us here this weekend. And if you like what you see, please make sure to give us a big thumbs up here, both on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel, as well as a new this weekend, the South Jersey region YouTube channel as well. So wherever you may be watching us from, again, thanks for joining us. And give us that big thumbs up. It helps us get the word out about SCCA road racing. As we jump back on board here, Brian, with David Sanders, as he closes things back down with Chip Herr, as they just came up on Anthony Valente in the number 90 Touring 2 Chevy Camaro. So at least for Sanders, he's putting a competitor a lap down, but that also allowed him to really close the gap up on Chip Herr.
Yeah, that was a really smart move on traffic by Dave. He actually gave it up a little bit on the entry so he could still hit the apex and come out with the exit speed to get right back on Chip's bumper. That was actually really impressive.
Tell you what, one of the other battles I was watching, Greg, and this is actually for a battle in class.
Okay.
And that is the 92 of John Gatzmeyer in that red number 92 Corvette, along with Alan Phillips, who had that problem earlier on in the 46. Last time by the start-finish line, Alan had worked his way back up to 9/10 of a second. It was a little bit closer than that, as now they go by the start-finish line right now, and it is Alan Phillips who is definitely going to pull ahead of John Gatzmeyer. So again, that is for a battle in position. That's the last podium spot in T2. So Alan made really quick work of John Gatzmeyer within a lap and a half.
All right, it does look like Sanders got back around Chip Herr there, but let's look a little bit further. I would say a little bit further back. It's actually just ahead.
Not that far.
Yeah, Sanders is about to put them a lap down. So, and I just missed them going into turn 4. Let's check them out here at turn 5, as that looks like Phillips now starting to open things up just a little bit over there.
Yeah, I tell you what, that that Sanders and Herr battle, that's been going on the entire time, and knowing Chip, he's kind of laughing the whole time.
Oh,
He's working hard, but he is laughing. He loves it when he gets in there and he does the out of class battle. Yeah.
As Chip is having to contend with that, basically almost saw the door of the Corvette right in front of him.
Again, almost saw it.
The counter steer every corner.
And we've all known Chip for years, and to see, how he gets up and a conversation we had last night where he enjoys this stuff more than I think he did running in the pro ranks years ago. And it was interesting. We had a conversation last night. Alex Cumming, one of the racers here racing in Touring 4, came up in an RX-8. And Alex went and introduced himself to Chip, and almost immediately Chip goes, hey, I was watching your race, and, the front end of your car might be a little bit low. Are you having some handling issues, and issues with understeer at the front of the car? And I mean, immediately Chip, who also has a pretty substantial coaching resume as well, is immediately, without even knowing the driver, basically offering advice on how to make them a better driver.
Yeah. As we see here now, Sanders getting ready to come up on Gatzmeyer again. He's putting him a lap down there, but he got another car. It looks like one of the other BMWs there. That may be the 39.
Right.
Edward Karabakh in front of him. So he's got to really work to get hard. And so I wonder if that's going to actually help Gatzmeyer to get in between, obviously, him and Chip Herr. But, Sanders could be able to pull Gatzmeyer along and maybe run down the Alan Phillips machine with just 2 laps left to go.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like Phillips has opened up a pretty good gap there with all that going on here. So let's jump back out of the car here. We'll take a look as they come down the front straight.
Chip working right on the back of Gatzmeyer as well. Yep. Maybe trying to look to get a little bit of the arrow and to either help him or get pull back up into Sanders, because Sanders is pulled away.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. This is your second call to the grid.
Smart move by Gatzmeyer there, really getting out of the way with Chip Herr when they came down out of turn number 1 and turn number 2. Thought better of it and said, hey, you know what? I know I'm in front of you, but it's not really a matter of, got really over to far driver's right.
Well, it looked like Chip almost ended up over at the Millville airport for a second coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, right.
he was hanging all, using the whole car with that curbing on the exit of 3 is basically an Audi wide. And he was using all of it.
He paid for it. He's using it.
Chip's only got one setting, and that's full send.
That's exactly. All right, let's go here as I believe now we are working our final lap with Ted Zorbs in his Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Let's see if we can pick up where he is. He's just now coming out of turn 3. So we'll pick him up here coming into turn 4 for the very last lap. There he is. He's had a pretty easy run of it so far today. Of course, he is our only GT1 car here this weekend. Zorbs yesterday finished 5th overall behind Aquilante and Goodman, who retired, and Kurt Resitano, who's not here today, and David Sanders. So looks like Ted Zorbs getting a little redemption, showing what a GT1 car can do. I'll bet you that driving that Cup car, he was probably hoping for some rain, and some tube frame GT1 cars to show up, but didn't get that today.
Getting ready to come out of the Octopus here, getting ready to come up over the hill into turn number 11. They'll be heading down underneath the bridge to come out of turn number 12 and expecting to see the checker flag this time by. There he comes down the start-finish line. There he is. Ted Zorbs is going to pick up the win overall and your winner in GT1 in that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car.
Oh, sorry about that. Jumping around. Try and pick up. There is David Sanders, currently running 2nd overall. He is your T2 leader, with Chip Herr, your STU leader, right behind. Looks like they finally decided to call off the engagement here. with one lap to go. And David Sanders give it a big thumbs up as Chip Herr comes across the line. And was that, I think that was Licklider coming across the line. Like I said, Aquilante, who she ran quite a bit faster on the last lap, but both Alan Phillips and John Gatzmeyer, the two touring two cars, going to end up this race between she and Dylan Licklider.
There's something to be said about that, too. In an American sedan car, your fastest lap being the last lap. And race in this heat, that's impressive.
Yeah.
She should be proud of that.
I mean, consistently right around that 130, got to the middle of the race, kind of fell off there, got into some traffic, obviously, going through there. So, good run there, like you just said.
And there's David Sanders waving to his adoring fans over at Turn 5.
I hope he's waving back at Chip with his.
That might very well be.
Roll it out there now. David's got a new sticker. I just beat the two-time champion.
Exactly.
I would love to go down and see what his rear tires look like.
Gone. he's running on rims basically right now. All right, so that is going to wrap things up as Ted Zorbs completes his cool down lap and comes onto the pit lane. He's going to grab a checkered flag and take a victory lap here momentarily. But let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Race Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And before we go, Danny, our two-time national champion, defending national champion in American sedan. It was funny, Brian and I were talking last night about the majors that we had here a couple of years ago with the true thunder and lightning at New Jersey Motorsports Park, that you were concerned that you may not qualify for the runoffs to get that first national championship.
Well, I was going to say you were minutes away from thinking about how you were going to book your next event, which would have been New Hampshire.
Yeah.
You and I were talking. It was like, I got to figure out how I'm going to get up there now.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even think I was going to be able to go. And, of course, that would be the year that we get their first win.
Exactly.
Right.
You got the win. So a little bit of stress.
It's nice to be here as a crew guy and not worried about.
Exactly. You're helping other people get qualified and coming up and spending time up here with us. So, Danny Richardson, want to thank you for joining us. And, of course, good luck this year at the National Championship Runoffs and hopefully win number 3.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it is Spec Racer Ford here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit, the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors. Please stay with us.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Raceway. It is the 2025 U.S. Majors Tour, SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. It's the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, next up is Spec Racer Ford. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Yeah, starting on the pole in the number 130, that's going to be Mac Harrison. Starting in the second position, that's Steven Samet. He'll be in the 32. Starting in the third position, that's going to be Max King, and he'll be in the number 2 machine. Starting in the fourth position, the 111, that's Bruce Myers. Starting in the fifth position, the 56 of Jason Pintar. Starting in the sixth position, that's Jeffrey Lehner, and he'll be in the 117. Starting in the seventh position, that's Dave Dickerson. He'll be in the number 38. Starting in the eighth position, the number 55 of Sam Schechter. Starting in the ninth position, the 99, and that's Steve Minkan. Starting in the 10th position, the 68 of Jeff Valentino. Starting in the 11th position, the 06 of Ryan Harrison. Starting in the 12th position, that's going to be Mike Anderson, and he'll be in the number 9. Starting in the 13th position, that's Kyle Robertson, and he's in the 25. Starting in the 14th position, the number 81 of Steven Shue. Starting in the 15th position, the number 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the 16th position, outside row 8, that's going to be the 51 of Liam Kerper. Starting in the 17th position, the number 11 of Thomas Riley. Starting in the 18th position, the number 15 of James Rouse. Starting in the 19th position, the number 57 of Donald Privet. In the 20th position, the number 30 of Stephen Thomas. Starting in the 21st position, that's the 08 of Michael LaMena. Scheduled to start 22nd in the 01 of Chris Current. And Greg, we know he's not going to be out there driving
just to our right.
He's standing to my right-hand side.
That's right.
Starting in the 23rd position, that's going to be the 0 of Richard Herman. Starting in the 24th position, the 66 of Bill Watts. Starting in the 25th position, that's Kenneth Riley, and he'll be in the 47. Starting in the 26th position, that's going to be the 18 of Dan Iacovelli. And starting in the 27th position, the number 3 of J. Mark Wendling.
All right, so there you go, Brian. That is 27 cars deep, or 26 cars deep, actually, here as the lights have just been put out on that beautiful Ciocca Corvette pace car, Brian. And yesterday, our race winner in the sprint race was Max King. And what a fight it was between King, our pole sitter, Mac Harrison, and Steven Samet right at the front of the field. I'll tell you, I mean, there were a number of other racers that really had a great opportunity early on. Liam Kerper, who ended up finishing, I think, all the way down in 14th or 15th position yesterday. Actually finished 24th. After had some issues. Some problems. Yeah, had some issues there. Steven Shue, who had a very strong opening to the race. We did have a full course caution at one point, and he fell back a number of positions there when we had the restart. But again, some really close racing through most of the field.
Yeah, most of these guys, their fastest lap came through qualifying because, again, that race got all shuffled up. Some mistakes were made. I think Ryan Harrison had quite a bit of a challenge overall, going off several times.
All right, so pace car on the pit lane. Brian, turning things over to our pole sitter today, Mac Harrison in the gray, number 130 machine today, the blue and white of Steven Samet, the 32, just to his outside, and getting a great start, Brian, from the inside. That was Bruce Myers in that white 111 machine, as he just jumped right to the inside.
Well, there were some cars that just didn't go, Greg, and you're going to see this here. They were 4 wide, almost 5 wide. Here we are, 3 wide. A little bit further back is it looks like Mac Harrison is going to jump out. We've got some smoke coming off one of these cars up there. It looks like maybe some brake lock. We're going to look and see. We got one car off on the far driver's left.
That's Steven Shue, I believe, Brian, that's off driver's left, and we know that he's in many cases had, pretty poor first laps, and that continues here today as our leaders come into turn number 4, and it's Mac Harrison. We said it, the 111 of Myers, who from the second row jumps up into second place, getting around that black with blue striped machine of Steven Samet, the 32 car. There with and actually, I'm sorry, that's Max King in the number 2, in the white number 2. He jumps to the lead there. So with Bruce Myers slotting in the fourth. Pardon me.
Yeah, like I said, when you got to Mac Harris and Steven Salmon, once you got to Max King, that's where you had Bruce Myers, you had Jason Pintar, you had him 4 wide off the start. As it looks like now Max King's going to move up into that second spot. Looks like Steven Salmon's going to fall a little bit further back, Greg. He's about 2.5, 3 car lengths off of Mac Harrison and Max King. Again, we saw this battle all day long where those front 3 just happen to be going out. Now Salmon's a little bit further back, so he's going to have to work hard and hope that that's Jeffrey Lehner in the 117 that's sitting right there in fourth. And he's going to have to use him to get that draft and move up. And then Sam Schechter all the way up to 5th after starting 8th. So again, that little debacle that that everybody kind of had, and we got another car going off down there into turn 1 right and spinning right in front of the field.
Oh.
That may be the 25 machine. That's Kyle Robertson going right in front of the field, after the first 3 or 4 cars there. So again.
And somehow managed not to collect a good portion of the field as he came sliding right across the bow of 3 different machines, Brian, and ended up in the grass driver's right. Meanwhile, at the end, coming down into turn number 1, Max King, drafted by our pole sitter, Mac Harrison, and ends up taking the lead now. And as our racers come into the Octopus for the second time, again, yesterday's race winner, Max King in that white number 2 machine, is your leader. And Salmon has been able to close things up a little bit. Has actually left some of the racers like Jeff Lane or Sam Schechter back behind.
Yeah. Again, we gave Max the nickname yesterday, and I heard his phone was blowing up pretty much all day yesterday. Let's keep those texts coming, right?
What did you call him? Fireball?
We called him Fireball Max.
Not Fireball Jim Roberts, but
Nope,
Fireball Max King. There you go.
Again, good battle a little bit further back there between Sam Schechter, Dave Dickerson, Jason Pintar, and now Liam Kerper all the way up into 8th, Greg. So, and now we've got another car going. There must be something either out there or guys really, really trying to do everything they can. That may have been the 117 there. Jeffrey Lehner in the going off there in turn number 1 because he has now fallen back behind Schechter, Dave Dickerson, Pintar, and Liam Kerper. So we'll have to see where he's going to slot in, but a lot of guys really getting the max they can out of that car, out of their cars. They're really going far drivers left.
Yeah, indeed, Brian, and good to see there Sam Schechter in that light blue number 55 machine moving up into the top 5. Yesterday started a little bit further back than I think he wanted. Certainly, I think started 11th, if I remember correctly, and ended up finishing up the race in 8th position after having some dalliances with the top 5. But again, a much stronger run for him, and it's at least start of a race here early on. But I think he definitely wants to find a way to dispatch with Jeffrey Lehner ahead currently in 4th.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to, at this point in time, our front 3 leaders are starting to pull away. They've got about a 2-second lead on Sam Schechter and Dave Dickerson. So Dave and Sam are really going to have to work together. Now Jason Pintar is going to go around Dave Dickerson coming down through turn number 1. You're going to see it right there. There's Schechter a little bit. That's going to be Schechter a little bit further back.
Yeah, and Pintar, a big wiggle
Pintar,
coming through turn 3. And you're right, there might be something there just past the apex of 3.
Everybody seems to have, losing really control of the car. But you can see our front 3 leaders now have got about a car length and a half gap in between them. With Pintar getting around Dickerson and opening that up, that puts Schechter out there kind of by himself at this point. Even though they still feel some of the draft a little bit, you've got to be able, if you want to work up and catch back up to that lead draft, you're going to have to work together the second half of this race.
And you see Brian here is the top 3, and they're spreading out a little bit, but they've really now opened up a gap from Samet now to our new 4th place runner, Sam Schechter.
I think we got a lot of cars here, Greg, especially coming out of turn 1 and up over the hill down in turn 2. They're really kind of taking it easy, and that's where the gap's starting to build a little bit more, because that will affect your lap when you get right through there. So again, starting to see some some things going on. Here you go. There's Max King and Mac Harrison. They're starting to pull away. If those two get together and stay nose to tail like that, Greg,
right,
that's going to take Steven Samet out. The only opportunity at this point, Steven Samet's going to really have to be able to catch us. Hope that Schechter and Pintar, along with Dickerson, can get up there, across the board.
Yeah, and of course, Brian, with this much longer race compared to the 25-minute sprint that we ran yesterday, I think the goal for King and Harrison really is to essentially have at least the last maybe 4 or 5 laps to battle it out on their own without Steven Samet involved or Sam Schechter for that matter. It'll make things a lot easier if Schechter, although Schechter's all by himself at the moment, if he can close things down a little bit on Steven Samet to distract him, I guess, from that battle in the top 2.
Yeah. Greg, we may get some word, a little bit of potentially some contact. One of those cars would be the 57 of Donald Privet. Again, we saw Kyle Robertson. He ended up spinning kind of in front of the entire field there. He's dropped all the way back to 26th, trying to work his way back up through the field, see how many spots he's going to be able to get towards the end of this race, but definitely not going to be in contention.
All right, Brian, let's also pick up here. Just back again in 5th place, Jason Pintar with that same livery as we have from the machine you just talked about. Also David Dickerson in the 38 and Jeffrey Lehner now, who has dropped back in the 7th position, all working very closely. And, and again, you're not seeing, again, here early on in the race where they are really jockeying for position. I think they're just trying to get into a groove, either work up to the group ahead of them or possibly, again, maybe more importantly, they've got a nice gap now to the cars back behind to Kerper, to Harrison, to Mincon, etc.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, again, with the front 2 cars kind of sticking nose to tail there with Max King and Mac Harrison, you've got Steven Samet kind of on an island by himself there. He's got to really hope that Schechter, Pintar, Dickerson in that group there can start to work together as well. Make sure they, and again, it's going to be hard to do that, but as long as they don't start competing for position early on, they should be able to draft right back up to Steven Samet at some point during this race where that will help them try to catch Mac Harrison and Max King, to come through there. As now Mac Harrison has gotten around Max King, so move Mac Harrison back up to the lead.
And that was done on the front straight. No contention, no challenge there. Wanted to let that pass happen so that they don't lose momentum, so they don't start falling back to Samet, who is still about 7 car lengths behind.
Yeah.
And now we've got a challenge going into turn 4, Brian.
So that may be Kerper trying to get down through. It looks like he tried to make a move there.
Yeah, and that's Liam Kerper. He's I think we talked, he's 16 years old thereabouts, Brian?
Yeah, close to that age, yeah.
Yeah, and first season of racing for him. He's had some podium finishes in regional races, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series at Summit Point Raceway. I believe this is his 2nd time at New Jersey Motorsports Park, first time on the Thunderbolt circuit, however.
Yeah. Looks like getting word maybe James Rouse may have spun at some point. We'll see. Yep.
And it sounds like there might have been a little contact there, Brian, to make it happen. The 1.5, as you mentioned, of Rouse and the 0 car of Richard Herman paging. Mr. Herman, he may be getting a call to the steward's room a little bit later.
Yeah, I think that I just think that the 0 car there, Richard Herman, got a really good run coming up over the hill and out of turn number 11, and the 15 James Rouse was there, causing him to spin. Both drivers have continued, but could have been a potential of someone to get a better run than the other one.
All right, and so Brian, appears as though both Pintar and Lane are now running fifth, or probably Schechter and Pintar, the 55 and the 56, starting to break away a little bit from Jeffrey Lehner and Liam Kerper. We'll see if that continues here. And there's
I'm not sure which car that is, but somebody's definitely pulled off through the.
Yeah, we'll try and get the number on that one here in just a moment. But he's in a safe place. He's in that little cutoff area.
Mm-hmm. That actually may be the 3 of J. Mark Wendling. It's kind of in between there, so you're right.
Yeah.
He's kind of in a safe spot in there. So,
all right, let's jump back to this battle for the lead here real quick. As now Mac Harrison doing a wonderful job of defense is taking Max King all the way to the edge of the track, driver's right, but King able to fight back and retakes the lead from Mac Harrison. And Steven Salmon is going, please do that for like the next 5 laps.
Yeah. or at least the next 11 laps.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
he can, there's 14 laps left to go, but if you do it for the next 11, that's really going to help me, as well as I'm sure Sam Schechter and Jason Pintar are saying the exact same thing, right? Let's go side by side in some of these turns so that I can go ahead and get that draft and be able to pull up and do it. And I'm getting confirming that is J. Mark Wendling that you see there in that cutout when we go to that shot down on the backside right there in the center of your screen. So, again, J. Mark having some problems with that car again this weekend. I think he had some problems earlier on. I'm not sure if it was I can't remember if it was in qualifying or at some point during the rest of the day. So
yeah, I believe it was during the first of the 2 qualifying sessions yesterday morning. And Brian, look at this: is Sam Schechter runs very wide coming out of the Octopus. Jason Pintar puts the number 56 machine underneath him, cannot quite get close enough as Schechter gathers things back up as they come through the final corner and onto the front straight. And so Schechter will complete that lap, complete lap number 9, starting lap number 10, still here in 4th position, just off the podium.
Yep.
That being said, it's also allowed Steven Salmon to open up another 0.3 of a second on that grouping.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And, if you're now sitting right back, if you're Jeffrey Lehner in that orangish number 117 machine, if you're Liam Kerper, who's right at the tail of that group, you have to be wondering, well, should we now start trying to affect things?
Yeah.
Because they've got David Dickerson and Ryan Harrison now really starting to close up on the back of them.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely getting a lot of calls coming across the radio as well. So with some of these turns, so we've got again, we talked about potential contact between the 0 and the 15. I think we also had it with the 57 earlier on. So it looks like we are going to go to a full course double yellow. And Greg, that is due to the fact that is the Mike LaMena machine just now going by the start-finish line down into turn 1, the whole right side of that car. And I don't know if he's going to make it all the way around. I think he's going to pull in down there, but the whole right side of that car, here he comes now, the whole right side of that car seems to be missing and flapping around, and I do believe that he may have gone off in turn 1 and turn 2.
On the previous lap.
Yeah, potentially some contact with the guardrail. You can see it right here, that whole right side of that car, and I do believe you can see at the very top of the hill,
about the middle in the curbing there.
Yeah, it's all in the middle. You can see them trying to move
on the
around.
track surface as well.
Yeah, so kind of going in between the debris there, as we call it, from the other side
and
of the pond.
Unfortunately, I think I missed LaMena coming into turn 4, which would have been a great opportunity to see that side of the car.
Yeah,
because there he is going into 6 now.
Yep, there he is.
Yeah, and you can see the flapping in the rear there.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if the pod just came off, because that's on the right side of the car and going up through turns 1 and turn 2 up over the hill. Not sure where there would have been contact made. Yeah, and he's trying to get that car to turn and cut through the grass there, but he's definitely.
I think he tried to. I think he tried to get it to turn, and it didn't want to turn to the right there. Oh yeah.
So I'm not sure if maybe that pod came off and then just kind of ripped off there because. Again, that would be very hard to come up over that hill and down there in order to potentially have contact with the guardrail. I just think it came off there.
Well, needless to say, he's going to bring that car down the pit lane.
Yeah. Well, you can see it there, kind of dragging on the ground. So again, we'll have to go and get all this picked up here. Again, that was kind of a hazard when you're coming up over that blind hill there, Greg, not being able to see it to do so.
All right, Brian, so we're going to pick up now our new leader, Mac Harrison, who did get around Max King on the previous lap.
Yeah, we are going to go double. We're going to stay this double yellow one more time again, just to give them opportunity to get some of that debris cleaned up. Our safety car will pick them up. There they are right there. There's the safety car there. So again, Greg, this throws, it goes back to what we were talking about in with Group 1 with Danny Richardson is, what does this do? Do you set your car up for a long haul or do you anticipate potentially, and as he said and alluded to, it depends on the racetrack you're on and where you're at. You really kind of set it up for, a full sprint.
Yeah, you have. You have to, and you have to anticipate that it's going to go the full distance. And I think the example that Danny used a little bit earlier was Watkins Glen, where because of the proximity of the blue bushes there, there's a better than, well, certainly a better than zero chance, but I'd say better than a 20% chance that somebody's going to go bouncing off the Armco and cause a full course caution at some point in almost any race. There. As you can see here, I think somebody asked us, why are our cameras so far away from the racetrack? And the reason is because,
that's one reason.
Yeah, because I can't put my cameras right on the edge of the pavement because Mike LaMena might hit it. No, just kidding. That was just a joke. Here, as you look at this circuit, you can see there's a lot of open area here, but that doesn't mean that cars won't have issues, whether it be contact or whether it be some kind of mechanical issue that will bring out a full course caution.
One of the things that this does, Greg, is this brings the entire field back up to Mac Harrison and Max King, even though they were having the opportunity to battle, the last two laps here and changing positions. Steven Samet was, again, about a second and a half back from them. Now, all of a sudden, this just brings everything together. We saw this yesterday, as you alluded to, when we went to a full course caution yesterday in this group. To turn around and get a restart. Some guys at the front just didn't do a very good job of anticipating that restart. I believe at that point in time it was Mac Harrison that was leading them down.
Yes.
And it got kind of a slow restart.
A very slow restart.
And next thing you know, you've got cars
jumped
all over the place. And so it ended up being where, it took a lap or two, but that's when Max King kind of, took that number 2 machine, pounced on it, and kind of went on by.
Yeah, and also as we're seeing here, you see the slow pace behind the safety car. You don't have the racers trying to scrub in their tires or what have you. And I think what we saw, we talked about Stephen Shu, who had his issues on the opening lap with cold tires, and there he is right there in that green and white number 11 machine. You could possibly have issues once again with the tires cooling down, and even though you may be ready to get going, the equipment underneath you may be saying something otherwise. But this is a great opportunity for Sam Schechter, certainly, who again finished yesterday's race. Ended up finishing yesterday's race in 8th position, just behind David Dickerson. In starting today's. Started today's race in 8th. Yesterday, ended up finishing in 5th position. Now sitting in 4th. He's in a great position, and he's had again, a lot of majors experience already this year, majors and Super Tour experience. And if I were Harrison, and by the way, if there isn't a race, we joked about it yesterday. If there isn't a race where Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison aren't side pod to side pod, is it really a spec race or Ford race? So
especially on the East Coast, right?
Exactly. I would expect. Well, we saw them get together to start off the season at Homestead Miami Speedway. That for both of them, the race ended prematurely,
right.
But they are always together.
Yep.
All right, are we hearing a little bit from race control as to...
Yeah, it looks like they've got, kind of the debris up there, kind of picked up and cleaned up, so we may end up going back green. I didn't really catch whether or not we are. I mean, we've got 10 laps left to go here, in this race, so the next time they come by, it'll be 9. So why don't we go ahead and make that call for the next group.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. Small bore production, E production, F production, H production, B-SPEC, STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, E production, F production, H production, B-SPEC, Super Touring Light, and Touring 4 racers. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next.
We've kind of talked about this driver as well. Liam Kerper now sitting up in 7th, but now with the field all compacted, and Liam does get a really good restart or will get starts wherever he's at and wherever he goes. Again, still new to this track, really learning as we go. So,
all right, Brian, looks like the lights are out on the safety car, and we should be going back to green flag racing this time by. And I noticed as the drivers were coming through turn 6, and we'll see it here on this shot as they come out from behind our ticker, there are some definite gaps in the field here. And you can see one forming up right there. I think some of it is the drivers kind of dragging their brakes, trying to get some heat in the wheels and in the equipment.
Yep.
But we should hopefully see them close up here, especially towards the tail of the field. But there are, again, still some gaps.
Yep.
And if I see the driver ahead of me dropping back from the rest of the field, I'm going apoplectic at this point.
Well, yeah, because you're really trying to to make that move, and so we'll see here. It looks like our
Harrison dropping off the back of the safety car a little bit to try and get a run, as he's going to bring the field through the final corner. Now, as he does, again, they can't really go any more than that pace car speed until the flag comes out. And now there you go.
Flag is out.
Green flag again, and now jumping to the inside, Brian, what did I say? It is the 55 of Schechter and the 56 of Pintar now trying to make a move here on the opening lap as Mac Harrison holds off King. Samet holds on to that position. Schechter not able to get around Steven Samet, however.
Tell you what, Ryan Harrison really trying to put the pressure on Liam Kerper in that 51 machine. Looks like he's going to go far driver's left. Looks like he's going to make that pass stick coming down out of the bottom of that hill, out of turn number 3, headed up over the hill. You're going to see there's the 06, the red and black machine. He got past Liam Kerper. That's for 6th place. Move him up, move Jeffrey Lerner even further back, move him now back into 8th place.
And Stephen Shue, who was sitting down in 14th, he makes a move on Mike Anderson in the number 9 machine. So Moose Shue up to lucky 13.
Yeah. I don't know how lucky that is in some cases, but yeah, obviously right now picking up another one, and now it looks like he's going to make another move down on the inside there of maybe Mike Thomas as they head down through there. But our overall leaders here, Mac Harrison, Max King, they are starting to pull away again over Steven Samet and Sam Schechter there. They've pulled away by about 2.5 car lengths over Samet. Now, Greg, as we still have 8 laps to go here as they come out of turn number 12 and go the cross start finish line, I tell you what, it could be where Pintar and Schechter, once they catch that Steven Samet machine, they could start to reel in these leaders, because sometimes, and especially here, 3 cars are faster than 2.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, at the opening of this race, Samet had that early advantage as everybody was jockeying behind him. Not so much this time, although he has once again kind of moved even early on here after this restart into a little bit of a pocket that he's got about 2 car lengths between he and Scheckter behind. But Samet once again doesn't seem to have the pace of Max King and Mac Harrison just ahead of him. So, this may end up being a fight for third at some point with Mac Harrison and Max King once again trying to determine your race winner for the second day in a row.
Looks like we may still have some additional contact out. I do believe I heard one of them was the call with the 47 of Kenneth Riley as well. So, again, this group here really, trying to get the max as they can, as now we got started to go to the outside there. That is actually the 25 of Kyle Robertson. Looks like he tried to go, or actually Stephen Thomas tried to go around the outside there, coming up into the center of the octopus over Kyle Robertson. Not sure he's going to make that stick. He's going to have to back out of that in order for that to happen. And sure enough, Kyle Robertson does hold on. That's for 15th and 16th. So was able to talk to both Stephen Thomas and Mike Thomas yesterday after we were done, Greg, and you could just see it. It was hot yesterday with both of them and trying to sit back and look around and see what they could do and see how they could get those machines just a little bit faster here for today. Mike Thomas right now sitting up in 11th position. Stephen Thomas sitting back in 16th. So, again, 2 pretty good runs there for both of those drivers.
All right, so it does appear, though, Steven Samet that last time through, Brian, he had a little whiff of the draft, was able to make up a little bit of ground, not much, but a little bit of ground on our 2 leaders as Scheckter, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, actually lost a couple hundredths to Samet up ahead.
Yeah, but that draft is still there, right? Even though there's that car length and a half, 2 car length, 3 car lengths now as they pull up out of the octopus and really to head up into turn number 11. A little bit further back, looks like that may have been Steven Shue and Kyle Robertson going side by side. So that's that's not going to work out well there because that's just going to open the door for the other drivers. But as they come by the start-finish line there, that time by Samet was a little bit faster, like less than 100. Again, another 100th faster than Scheckter. You kind of need that if you want to catch those front two guys because Mac Harrison and Max King, they are working together right now and tried to get as far out like it did early on before the full course.
Very clear that they are once again doing that again. When they're making passes, it's simply because the draft on the front straight allows them to get it done, and neither one is really challenging for that position.
Right. Again, a little bit further back there, you've got the Bruce Myers, Mike Thomas battle going on. Again, that's going to be for 10th and 11th. Looks like Mike Thomas closing the gap on that last time by when they were going down through turn 5. So keep an eye on that. Again, that'll be the battle for top 10. But, again, as I said, Mac Harrison, Max King really working together to try to pull away from the Samet Scheckter Pintar battle as well. Because both of those drivers know, Greg, and when we're just talking about it, is that they know that if those 3 get nose to tail, they're going to run them down because they're going to start to have to battle as this race starts to wind down. Again, 6 laps this time by. It'll be 5 laps left to go here. So it's go time now if you haven't been going already.
All right, so Brian, with 5 laps to go, let me make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's small bore production, E production, F production, H production, B-SPEC, STL, and Touring 4. Race group 3, E production, F production, H production, Super Touring Light, Touring 4, and B-SPEC racers, please head to the grid. And Brian, as we were doing that, great move by Max King. This time it wasn't just a draft down the front straight. He went right around the outside of Mac Harrison coming through turn 1 and just carried so much more speed than the 130 car. And we'll see, this may be, and we saw it yesterday, where Max, who has so much time on this race course, this being his home track, he may have just been saving the equipment for the end of this race.
Well, I was going to say, I think that, got out in front early on and then was able to just ride for a little bit along with Mac Harrison, and then got back in front, or Mac got back in front, and then Max just said, you know what, I'll just save it. The full course caution come out, kind of saving the equipment. You're right. Definitely got deeper in the braking zone than Mac Harrison, was just able to help with that all the way down around through turn 1 and 2.
As our leaders now come down the front straight. And Brian, one thing that I've been noticing is Sam Schechter in that light blue number 55 machine. As he is completing the Octopus, the last left-hander, that car pushes very, very wide. Yeah. And Jason Pintar takes a look to come underneath him each and every time. But I think most of the racers behind him are actually are stronger in that section than Sam Schechter, and that's where that group of 4 right there, Schechter, Pintar, Lehner, as well as Harrison and Kerper, they're losing ground to Steven Samet up ahead.
Absolutely, because they're trying to stay in line, and if that car starts to wash out, you're losing speed.
Exactly.
Not only as a driver, that as Schechter is, but the whole group is losing speed, right? So you're kind of darned if you do and darned if you don't.
Yeah.
You either got to try to figure out how do you make that pass either quicker, if that's going to happen with Sam's car. Obviously not working real well.
Yeah, so we'll stay on this shot here, and you can see they've lost more ground to Samet. The problem is that Pintar behind Schechter is never close enough to really do anything about it.
Yeah.
And frankly, if he came underneath Schechter at that portion of the track, they'd both lose a lot of pace coming through this. Essentially, it's got 2 little bends, but it's essentially a straightaway leading on to the front straight.
Right, yep. Mike Thomas moving up into 9th. He's gotten around Dave Dickerson in that number 54 machine. So again, move Mike Thomas now up into the top 10. Move Dave Dickerson. That's a driver that's really starting to fall back here as well. Again, Mike Thomas saving the equipment here towards the end of this race. 3 laps left to go here, Greg.
Oh, and Brian just got word that the 111 car who we've been tracking before, Bruce Myers, just had a spin, and looks as though he now is going to drop back. He'd already fallen back as far as 22nd after flirting with the top 10, and I think that may put him. I think the only other racer still on course and running was Mincon in the 99 machine, so that's going to likely drop Myers now back to 23rd.
And I think Myers may have just come down pit road, maybe, calling it a day. So, and again, he had just run his fastest lap, the lap before. So, got so much speed, ended up causing himself to spin out there, Greg. So, again, battling for that position. So we wait for our leaders now to come up over the little hill here and down the front stretch. You can still see Mac Harrison leading Max King. But I tell you what, Greg,
now
Max King
defensive.
Is starting to get a little impatient.
Yes.
With 2 laps left to go, he knows it's go time. He's got to get back around. Tries to go to the outside again, Greg. Didn't make that stick. I think Mac Harrison said, no, not this time.
Well, and Mac had the car pinned to the white line on the right-hand side of the pavement. That was the only move that he was going to give Max King.
And now you've got Jason Pintar and Sam Schechter side by side coming up over the hill out of turn number 3 down into turn 4. We'll see if they are. And it looks like Schechter got in front of him again.
Pintar ended up losing 3 positions in the process.
Yep,
he falls to the back of that pack.
Yeah. That's going to move Ryan Harrison back up as well, another spot there. So where he tried to make his move there, just didn't work, and then the other 3 cars were right there. They were able to capitalize and pounce on that move. But you can see definitely, look at the difference in gap now compared to where it was back to Steven Samet. So as they come back around this time by, and they come through by the start-finish line, they will be getting the white board there, 1 lap to go. So this will be go time. So we'll be interesting to see whether or not Max King tries to stick it to the outside again, where he's done it the last 2 laps to try to go around Mac Harrison.
And there you go. There's the one to go board in the air. Steven Samet starting to close things down on our leaders. But Mac Harrison, with perhaps his largest lead of the day when they cross start finish, it disappears as they go into turn number 1. And as they come over the crest of the hill and down, time starting to run out for Max King here. But I think, Brian, this is coming up to turn 4, going into turn 5. The quick left-hand sweeper to right, or right-hand sweeper to left-hand sweeper. We saw Max make a real nice move yesterday. He's not going to do it. They actually just went by me already, and I think he did do it, Brian. No.
He has not done it yet, but I tell you what, Greg.
Steve Samet's right there.
Well, I was going to say, he just ran his fastest lap, and he went 0.5 of a second faster than Max King and 0.4 of a second faster than Mac Harrison. So this has now become a 3-car battle now that those two drivers have swapped around a little bit, trying to make passes, especially coming out of turn 1 and turn 2.
All right, now this is where King has been, I think, a little bit stronger than Harrison ahead, and Harrison also pushes a little wide, but still maintains about a half a car length advantage there as Samet holds on in the group, and in the group behind, Ryan Harrison taking a look on Sam Schechter as they come through the final corner and onto the front straight, Brian, and with the checkered flag in the air today, your race winner is Mac Harrison. Representing the Washington, D.C. region, Max King, yesterday's winner, will finish second. Steve Samet reset the fast lap on the final lap. He's going to take the last step on the podium. Sam Schechter will finish 4th. Ryan Harrison comes across the line. The 06 machine will finish in 5th, with Jeffrey Lehner finishing 6th. Jason Pintar finishes 7th. Liam Kerper will come across the line in 8th in the number 51 WNA Racing machine. Mike Thomas will finish 9th, and David Dickerson will round out the top 10. All right, so Brian, as the remainder of our cars come across, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 3, E Production, F Production, H Production, B-SPEC, Super Touring Light, and Touring 4. Please come to the grid. Race group number 3, E Production, F Production, H Production, B-SPEC, STL, and Touring 4 racers, please head to the grid. And so with that, Brian, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we've got one more race before we take a break for lunch here. And if it's anything like what we just saw, it should be a great race with more classes,
yes,
more racing, more fun here in just a moment. Stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Thunderbolt Circuit. It is the 2025 edition of the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors, part of the Sports Car Club of America's U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got one more race this morning before we take a break for lunch, and it should be an exciting one. As opposed to Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with just that single class, now we've got multiple production classes. We've also got what I hope to be be a very nice fight for the win in Super Touring Light between a Mazda and a Honda.
Yeah.
And then we got our the remaining touring class, Touring 4. We saw Touring 1, Touring 2, and Touring 3 during our first race of the day.
Yep.
Why don't we run down the starting order, and we'll get things underway.
All right, starting in on the pole in the number 95, that's going to be John Hainsworth in his E-Production Mazda RX-7. Starting in second, that's going to be Nick Leveroni in that Mazda Miata. He's going to be your pole sitter in STL in the number 37. Starting in third, the number 32 of Deacon Greenfield. He will be the second car in STL in that Honda CRX. Just as you were mentioning, Mazda versus Honda. Starting in fourth position, the number 44 of Anthony Parker in that Triumph GT6. Starting in the fifth position, the number 30, scheduled to start fifth in the number 34, Thomas Polino in a Mazda Miata. And Thomas didn't go out at all yesterday. We'll have to see whether or not he even makes the grid again today. Starting in sixth position, in the number 97, your pole sitter in T4, that is going to be Chip Herr in that Toyota. Starting in the seventh position, in the number 90, again, another T4 machine. That's going to be Kevin Fryer, again, in a Mazda Miata. Starting in the eighth position, the number 87, that's going to be Brad Childs in the number 80, again, 87 in that Mazda Miata. Starting in the ninth position, the number 23 of Greg Bogart, again, in STL, another Mazda Miata.
There's Greg in that yellow 23.
Starting in the 10th position, in the 123, that's Brian Hune in another Mazda Miata. Starting in the 11th position, your pole sitter in H Production, that's going to be Rick Benazik in that number 11 Honda Civic. Starting in the 12th position, the number 76, another STL machine, and another Mazda Miata, that's going to be Warren Sackman. Starting in the 13th position, the number 33, and sitting in fourth in T4, that's Oliver Lucier in that Porsche Boxster. Starting in the 14th position, Tom Burge in the 150, that's your F Production pole sitter, again in a Mazda Miata. Starting in the 15th position, the number 8 of Laurent Fumex, and we'll have to see whether or not he's there.
He is. I saw the Lotus 7 on the grid here today, Brian. As a matter of fact, if we hang here for just a moment, there he is.
All right.
Right ahead of the other Benazik car.
Yep. Starting in the 16th position, again in H Production, that's going to be Matthew Benazik in another Honda Civic. Scheduled to start in the number 17th position, that's the 5, the Toyota Yaris of Tom Broering. We know that car is not going to make the grid as they just actually left the facility. Starting in 18th position in another T4 machine, that's the 24 of the Mazda RX-8 from Courage Motorsports. That's Alex Cummings. Starting in the 19th position, here we get into our B-SPEC. That's Daniel Conway, your winner from yesterday in a Mazda 2. Starting in 20th in a 120 machine, that's Michael Thompson in E-Production Porsche Boxster. Starting in the 21st, scheduled to start in the 21st position, that's Robert Ahern Jr. in a Mazda 2. We know that car had some engine issues at the end of yesterday during qualifying. And starting 22nd is the 57 in a B-SPEC. That's David Rosenblum in that Mini Cooper.
All right, so the pace car, Brian, on the pit lane, turning things over to John Hainsworth in his E-Production Mazda RX-7. And Brian, you said yesterday that the ground shook and it was like he was shot out of a cannon. I was actually talking to the Hainsworth crew, the Turf Trade crew yesterday, and they mentioned that they might have been testing some things out for Road America this year, given the torque disadvantage of the rotary in that Mazda RX-7 compared to some straight 6 BMWs, perhaps that John might have to go up against at Road America this late September, early October. And it shows to be very strong. Now, here on the start, Brian, in STL, again, battle that we were hoping to see unfold. Once again, yesterday's winner, Nick Leveroni, in his number 37 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda, jumping out to an early lead as Deacon Greenfield's had some problems, and we've got a car off.
Brian Hune there spinning, coming out of turn number 6. Or turn number 5, really getting really wide and spinning over to driver's left. He has turned that car around and continued, but he was right in the middle of the field there, Greg, so a lot of evasive action had to happen by some of those drivers.
Indeed. Well, and it looks like that camera is now gone. So we'll see here, as I was going to mention that Deacon Greenfield had lost a number of positions, Brian, here early on, as right as we saw Hune fall. And then we see here now he just has to battle back once again, getting around Kevin Fryer's Touring 4 machine now. And that Mazda jumping out and making things very difficult for the CRX driver. Of course, we talked yesterday about how Greenfield was experiencing issues in that CRX, some electrical issues, especially when he goes over curbing here, where the engine would actually shut down on him, and he'd have to cycle all the electrics to get it up and running. So he's essentially running with one hand on the wheel, one hand on the power switch, and no hands on the shift lever.
Yeah, that makes it tough, especially when you're going into that turn. You're trying to do all that at one point in time, and then that's where you end up missing your marks, and the race just from there.
Exactly.
It goes all downhill. So.
All right, as we watch the field now coming through, and hopefully we'll have that other camera come back to us here in just a few moments. And actually, I think it may have actually come back.
It just came back.
Welcome back. Welcome back, turn 7. Wanted to mention here, next car to come into the shot, that's going to be Brad Childs, driver of the number 87 machine, now a boat captain down in Jupiter, Florida. He came up and introduced himself and told us that the offer is still open if we want to go on a cruise, maybe come January. Down when we go down to Sebring, and definitely looking forward to that.
Gave us some stickers for his, the outline of his car. Although that car looks a little bit smaller than his Mazda than that one does there.
Yeah, this one's only about an inch tall.
Well, that car's only 2 inches tall, so it's almost a replica.
There you go. There goes Brad Childs right there. Brad currently sitting 3rd in Touring 4. Behind Kevin Fryer and Chip Herr. And actually, Brian, this is a fight I want to check in on real quick. Right behind Greenfield CRX, there is the black Mazda. That is Kevin Fryer. The Toyota directly behind, that is Chip Herr. Of course, we saw Chip in his Audi in the very first race. Now, yesterday, Chip took the win in Touring 4. Kevin Fryer really started closing things down in the last couple laps, however. And, I said, Chip says he's enjoying the club racing experience more than he enjoyed the pro racing experience that he did for so many years in World Challenge, going down to the Dominican Republic, a lot of different places. And he and Kevin, even though they were separated by a lot more than they are currently, which is about 2 feet, they had huge smiles on their faces yesterday, because Kevin, spent the day. This is one of his first times here at Thunderbolt, learning the course, watching what Chip Herr was doing ahead of him. And we saw how at the end of the race, he really started picking up speed.
Yeah, well, Kevin was mired in some traffic early on in the race yesterday, which enabled Chip to really, progress out in front, and then Kevin had to run him down. Now, after they went through the time, so if you go through, Kevin didn't have a really good qualifying run. As they're going to go side by side down into turn 1 there, Chip's going to try to make that move on the driver's right. We'll see if he's going to make it stick. It looks like they're still going to be 2
Yeah, they haven't done it yet. Now, he's going to be in a good spot when they come down to turn 5 here momentarily. These are the Miatas, and that's a 3rd gen, an NC Miata, and then the we call them the twins, the Subaru BRZ, Toyota 86, Scion FRS. Those 2 chassis are some of the most well-balanced chassis that you're going to see in SCCA club racing. And, the 2 of them going door to door through about a quarter of this race course, shows how evenly matched they are, but also, again, how well balanced they are through some of these corners, that they can use just half the width of a racetrack and still battle like that.
Right. Yeah, as I was saying, Kevin Fryer really didn't get a good qualifying either session yesterday morning and then yesterday mid-afternoon because his best lap came in the race yesterday.
Yeah.
Still about 0.7 of a second, so almost a second difference between Chip and Kevin. But now that he's starting to figure this out a little bit more with this racetrack, really putting some pressure, really having to make Chip work in that Toyota. So they come by the start-finish line here now. Again, Kevin Fryer leading over Chip Herr in that T4. Brad Childs, again, 8 seconds back, still working it. But again, if these two start to battle on with a very long race here of 22 laps, Greg, that could enable Brad Childs to kind of move in a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. As Childs is, he should be coming into our view here momentarily.
Right,
there
right.
he is coming over the crest of the hill. A little bit further behind, Laurent Fumex in the Lotus 7, and Olivier Lucier in the Touring 4 Boxster close behind. A nice little battle going on. Interesting to note, and we'll I want to see if we can pick this up in this shot here going into turn 7. Coming over race control right now, they're talking about the camera that is on the rear of the Honda CRX of Deacon Greenfield. Interesting that for the runoffs this year, it's going to be a requirement to have not only a front-facing camera, but a rear-facing camera as well. And the Greenfield car actually has a Garmin bicycle rear camera. Basically, it's a rear-facing camera, but more importantly, it is a proximity sensor so that when you're on a bicycle, you know that cars or other objects are closing up on you. And because it can actually feed in via Bluetooth to the bicycle computer. The interesting thing about that unit, however, is that it also has a light on the rear. So if you're like in a car and you're closing down on a bicyclist, the closer you get, it will go from a steady red light and a very bright red light to blinking, and it'll blink faster and faster and faster. And if it were me and I was in a race car behind that CRX, I think that maybe it's like either a rain light or or he's getting on or he's getting on the brakes.
Right.
And it is something that when we did our Super Tour broadcast a couple of weeks ago from Watkins Glen that we were able to see on the cameras, and the different corner stations are seeing that as well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so if it's not something you've seen before, it becomes a problem. Looks like our Lotus is having a problem here, Greg, as he comes out of turn number 11 and head down. So it looks like that day for Laurent Fumax, looks like that's going to end a little bit early. He is on the pit road. Yeah. So whatever happened yesterday during that, and then now it's reared its ugly head again in this race. So again, not able to make the race yesterday afternoon, and now only getting just a couple of laps, 4 laps total today. It's got to be a little discouraging.
All right, I want to jump on board real quick, Brian. We have another in-car camera here. This we talked a little bit earlier about Alex Cumming and his conversations with Chip Herr after yesterday's race. And it looks like Alex's camera's moved around on us again a little bit. And Alex driving the Mazda RX-8 for Courage Motorsport, currently running 17th position. He has been having some engine issues with that car, unfortunately.
Camera feed issues, too.
Yeah.
Like it's freezing in there. So, and it is a little tough when when you're back on the backside of the racetrack, right? Sometimes, when you're feeding that through and the connection sometimes kind of drops. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead with your.
No. So I mean, and I know he's had some engine issues with that vehicle. I wanted to mention, of course, Courage Motorsport, besides being a broadcast partner of ours and helping to bring this broadcast to you both on the Washington, D.C. region, SCCA, as well as South Jersey region, SCCA YouTube channels. They are going to be working with the No Person Left Behind organization. They're actually at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Labor Day event, going to be the charity of choice that weekend. As we just saw there coming, wrong corner, coming through turn 1, there is our race leader, John Hainsworth, in the number 95 Mazda, starting to really make his way through the rest of the field, just now getting past the Porsche Boxster of Michael Thompson. So really now as he's starting to lap some of the slower traffic here and starting to put people a lap down.
Yeah.
All right, let's try to find one of the other battles that we have on track. I know we had been watching Kevin Fryer and Chip Herr, and that battle continues. I'm looking for some other fights that are in class at this point. And
they're kind of pretty much spread out. Really, the only battle is between Kevin Fryer and Chip Herr, and I was watching, and you had the camera on there. Chip Herr came out, got that left rear almost as wide as you could without hitting the grass. I don't think you could have
much like he was in the Audi.
I don't think you could have put a piece of, a credit card or a piece of paper in between his left rear tire and the grass, where the grass starts on the other side of the Pemble
Well,
strip.
we said coming out of 3 that it was about an Audi wide, and he used all of it there. And maybe the Toyota is about the same width.
Yeah.
Now, also notice that they are starting to close things up on Deacon Greenfield ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Greenfield is currently running 4th overall. This pair running 5th and 6th overall. Last time by, we're lapping almost 2 seconds a lap faster than the CRX ahead. Now, part of it is the CRX is starting to work its way through some of the B-SPEC traffic as well. But again, as Deacon's having to essentially start and restart that car multiple times per lap, certainly a bit of an issue here as we watch him come down the front straight.
Well, Deacon had had some challenges entering into the Octopus, really trying to get around David Rosenblum and that Mini Cooper in that B-SPEC machine. So that kind of really slowed him up as well. So if he is continuing having those electrical problems, plus having the battle with David Rosenblum in that number 57 machine, that could be part of why Fryer and also Chip Herr now really closing. But, yeah, you can see that battle has really closed up even more as this race goes on. Again, 14 laps still left to go, and Fryer and Chip Herr seem to be a lot faster right now than Deacon Greenfield. Again, 8 laps completed. We'll see whether or not Greenfield is able to open that up again. They were 2 seconds faster on that last lap. Now that Deacon's outside of and not having any lap traffic between him and those two for a while, we'll see whether or not his lap gets a little bit faster.
Hey, want to welcome somebody to the chat that we all know very well, Brennan Kazmarek.
Who's that guy?
I don't know. From Driver's Eye Live, want to thank him for joining us here today from the 119th running of Giants Despair. What? He's going to have to tell me what that is.
Yeah.
I unfortunately, I don't know.
Is that a running event?
That might be how many times he's had to go to the supermarket this week. I don't know. Going to the Giant.
I'm not going to ask that, but
Spike Benning, thanks for setting up the wildlife cameras.
I was going to say, you know what? I didn't want to say anything earlier, but look, when we first came to this race, starting on this race, there was a groundhog that ran across the grass, and I saw this blob run through, and I went, "Wow, did we have a car go off already?"
All right, and so now, Brian, both Kevin Fryer and Chip Herr have gotten around Deacon Greenfield, so move Greenfield now back in the 6th position overall. Move Fryer and Herr up to 4th and 5th, and we're going to jump over. Let's take a look at that coming through the final.
Oh, that was actually Hainsworth going around
getting by Matt Banasic.
Matt Banasic, yeah. So putting him a lap down, but yeah, I mean it. I think Deacon, at that point realized, hey, I'm not racing you guys. I'm having some challenges. I know I'm not going to be able to catch Nick unless he has a problem. Let you guys go by. It is a battle. And go through there as Anthony Parker now going past the 98 there of Dan Conway in B-SPEC, who is your B-SPEC leader. Right now over David Rosenblum. Again, only had 3 cars scheduled to start this weekend. But now that Fryer and Chip Herr have gotten by Deacon Greenfield, Greg, Deacon's kind of closing back in on them as it looks like Chip's really wanting to try to make a move there on Kevin Fryer. And if they're going to go too wide there and it freezes up right at the very worst spot that we could have where
3 frames at a time.
Yeah, well, we wanted to make sure you all captured those in case you wanted to take pictures of your computer screens or of your TVs at home there, that you could see that Chip was trying to make that pass. It just wasn't able to make it stick.
Yeah, it was able to, and we saw just a couple laps ago where they were door to door there, and we'll try to. And I'm actually seeing that.
I'm thinking we're having some internet connectivity issues because it seems like every single camera is doing that, on that front side of the racetrack there.
All
so
right, well,
we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, well, they all of our cameramen think it's time for lunch also.
Yeah, they're trying to get there, trying to get to lunch early. But, yeah, I mean, here it is. There you can see Deacon Greenfield right on the back bumper there of Chip Herr in that 97 Toyota as they're going to work around. I believe that is going to be the 120 of Michael Thompson. There. So, again, Kevin Fryer got to Thompson in a better spot than Chip Herr, and now he's dropped back. And I'm wondering if Deacon may end up getting and just hanging behind Chip Herr. Maybe he ends up giving him a little bit of push down to try to catch Kevin Fryer. Again, we're at the halfway point here of this race here, Greg. So it's starting to be go time if you were taking care of your car. Because this is a group where you almost, for the first half of this race, you've got to really take care of the equipment. Because as we talked about earlier this morning with our big bore, these cars can get away from you relatively quickly.
All right, Brian, what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump back on board for a moment here with Alex Cumming, because Kevin Fryer and Chip Herr, they're coming up right behind. Matter of fact, if you look in the right-hand mirror of Cumming, you could see Kevin Fryer come up as they go into turn 5. Cumming giving the point by to Chip Herr as well, and then his camera freezes up, but looks like they have made that pass stick, and we'll watch him now make the run, and I think Greenfield's going to try to come underneath them as well there as they go into turn 6. So let's check here as they come into 7, and I don't think, because of where they both came up on Cumming, I don't think Herr was able to make up much ground on Kevin Fryer, and looks as though still about 6 car lengths back at this point as they enter the Octopus. Now the question is whether or not Kevin learned everything from Chip Herr in that Octopus, and Herr looked maybe a little bit more neat and tidy through there, and might be able to pick up at least a little bit of ground. We'll see here as they come underneath us here and through the final corner onto the front straight. Kevin Fryer certainly using a lot more of the curbing. Now, you'll notice also as they came through 12, the CRX at Greenfield stayed almost completely off that red and white curbing. And actually, let me jump forward a little bit here to turn 1 where we've got the Touring 4 racers. And Greenfield, apparently that final corner was one of the curbs that was causing the car to shut down.
Yeah.
Probably just the wrong place that you want that to happen, which is coming onto the front straight. Yeah.
I think that, again, we talked about this battle, and again, this is the only really battle on the racetrack as far as within class. Everything else is just kind of spread out. We talked about the B-SPEC. Dan's got, basically almost a full lap on Rosenblum. John Hainsworth has got a full lap on Anthony Parker in that 44 machine, which has got another lap. Michael Thompson 2 laps down to John Hainsworth in our H production. It's 8 seconds between father and son of Rick and Matt Benazik. So really, this is the battle, and this is for the win in that T4. So we'll have to see whether or not Chip takes a couple of laps here, knows what he has, whether or not he can just let the car settle down a little bit and then go back after Kevin Fryer, and try to pick up that win.
Yeah, and now meanwhile, Brian, we've still got a long way to go here as our racers are just now completing the 13th out of 22 laps. So still, about 9 laps. See, I can do math. Still 9 laps
That's
remaining.
in your upper right-hand corner.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking right at the screen like everybody else. That's not me doing math. That's me being lazy.
That's you being able to see.
Yeah,
that's sometimes we have determined that could also be a challenge as for both of us.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to drop a little bit further back in the field, though, just to check in with a couple of our racers that have been very close of late. One of them was Not this Boxster. I believe it was the other Boxster of Olivier Lucier in the Touring 4 machine, and Warren Sackman in the STL Mazda Miata. We'll get to them in just a few moments.
Yeah, there's we saw Brad Childs go by as well. So again, John Hainsworth, that's the next car behind Childs. So again, Hainsworth looks like he's going to get ready to lap all the way up to 7th by the time we time we see this.
Dude, bro, he's coming. So and there is our leader, John Hainsworth. So let me see if I can get us back. Actually, it's Burge in the I think it's the open top F production Mazda Miata, the black and orange machine, the 150 car, the Boxster, and the Miata. Let's see if we can pick up where they are on track currently.
They may be back over towards the actually they're heading down.
They're going into turn 5 right now. So I'm going to stay right on this camera right here.
Along with Warren Sackman as well.
Yeah, indeed. So there we've got the Boxster who's now gotten around Tom Burge. So move Lucier up into to 9th position, then Burge, then Warren Sackman as well. The Civic, the H Production Civic, is Rick Benazik, currently your leader in class, looking for his second win in a row. And he is, admittedly, doesn't have the horsepower of an STL car.
Sure.
Should also mention, and Brian, it'll be the first time that we've seen it today, running 3rd overall right in this group. The 4th car in this line, that is Anthony Parker in the number 44 GT6. Beautiful machine.
Yeah, he's going to try to fight to get through all them as well because he doesn't want to get held up, with that again. But he can tiptoe through there because he's got a pretty big gap back. Actually, you know what, Greg? Anthony Parker is, now it shows Anthony Parker sitting in 2nd. I think we may have a timing issue there. Moved him up into 2nd overall and moved Nick Leveroni back to 3rd. So I'm not sure if Nick came down the pit lane. I did not see him. But we'll see how far he dropped.
Yeah,
he is dropping, so he's definitely going off somewhere, or he's come down the pit lane because it's moving Nick Leveroni now back down into 6th. So that changes, Greg, the STL battle now.
Yeah,
that's going to throw Deacon Greenfield back up front.
Yep, that'll put Greenfield now in the 5th position overall in that Honda CRX and puts him to the lead in STL. That will move. We assume it's going to move Greg Bogart up into to 2nd in class.
Yeah.
But we'll try and track down where Nick Leveroni is and see if he is still on course circulating.
I did not hear a call that said he's pulled off anywhere out there. He may have come down the pit road and just didn't see it anywhere. But I'm not seeing. He hasn't fallen further back other than where he was. But again, he had, almost a full lap over top. Now he's fallen behind Brad Childs into 7th, so he's dropping now. So obviously he's definitely pulled in.
And Brian should also note, and watching here come through, this is the Civic of Matt Benazik. That is Rick Benazik's son. And last time through, Matt Benazik was this time about even time-wise with his father. But on the previous lap, Matt had picked up almost 2 seconds on Rick ahead. They're currently running 11th and 12th overall, but again, that's the battle for the lead in H production. Currently separated, though, by about 6 seconds.
Yeah. T4 battle starting to heat up once again. With Chip Herr and Kevin Fryer. The second car coming into your screen right now, that's Kevin Fryer right there. That's Chip Herr. They just went by David Rosenblum one more time, and here comes Deacon Greenfield. So, again, that T4 battle as we get to the end with 6 laps to go. And, again, the crafty, wily veteran that Chip Herr takes a couple laps off, cool off his tires.
And he's right back at it. Now, Fryer, we talked a little bit yesterday about he got his start in IT racing, driving a BMW 2002. Three-time Mars Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITB champion. Okay, so whoops, it looks like that camera is giving up the ghost for the moment here.
Take a lunch break early.
Yep, early lunch break as we follow those two drivers coming through. He does have 5 top 10 finishes at the runoffs in Touring 4. And there you go, Chip Herr now right onto the back bumper of the 90 machine. And he also was a member of the IT advisory committee to the CRB, so had a part in the rulemaking for improved touring here. Of course, the last number of years he has been driving a Touring 4 machine. Just moved last year down to North Carolina to the Raleigh-Durham area. His wife, a professor at, I believe, Duke. After having spent a number of years in the Chicago area, but Fryer and his family originally from the Washington, D.C. area.
Well, I tell you what, they're coming up on Matt Benazik, and Matt's trying to stay out of the way.
The best thing that he can do is stay online and be predictable.
Yeah,
there.
no, I agree with you. Trying to stay out of the way, but not wanting to give up too much. As they came out, Chip Herr started to take it 3 wide because Kevin Fryer moved down to the inside to get by the Benazik machine, but looks like he was able to do it, and Chip Herr kind of stuck in there as close as he could.
Yeah.
Used Matt Benazik to continue that draft and was able to close right back up
and
on
this is
Kevin Fryer.
probably a good thing for Matt Benazik to be able to catch a draft off the 2 cars ahead, even just a little bit, maybe make up a little bit of ground on the racers ahead to try and get up to his father. They're the last car, the boxy car, Brian, the black probably the black number 11 of Rick Benazik. And as you mentioned, Rick Benazik with a couple podium finishes at the runoffs in H production as well.
Yeah.
Very quick racer in that Honda Civic.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, coming through there on that last shot there, coming through kind of turn 11 at the end of the octopus there before you come out of it. That car just not making that left-hand turn, really washing up wide in that car as opposed to Rick, who's really stuck tight down there on the curbing, hitting that apex and being able to propel himself off.
All right, so let's check back in with Fryer and Herr. Again, nose to tail now with 4 laps remaining here in this E-Production, well, for them, for a Touring 4 race, but our small bore production race here. Our next race, again, we're going to be taking a break for lunch immediately after this race, Brian. Next race is going to be for our open wheel and prototype racers, scheduled to start at about 12:40 here this afternoon.
Yep.
So we'll take about an hour for lunch, and then come back to you with 2 more races from New Jersey Motorsports Park and the U.S. Majors Tour to the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors. Hey, look what's back.
That cameraman, he takes lunch, and then we have to radio him and tell him, hey, we're not going to lunch yet. And then he comes right back online.
Back to the camera,
runs back to the camera. Here's this battle you were talking to, we were talking about a little earlier with
Burge and
now Sackman throwing again, not for position in class, but that's really starting to come into play because, the 5th and 6th car back here, that's your T4 battle. So they're going to come up on Rick Benazik along with that battle ahead. And again, we all know what happens when you put the helmet on, and even though you're not battling for class and you're supposed to, try to really give some racing room there, when it becomes for a position on the racetrack, Greg, it's anyone's game at that point.
Well, I mean, again, as we mentioned, Benazik's got years and years of experience, much like his son that, positioned the car as best he could to allow those faster cars to come through. Benazik knows he's got a healthy margin to his son at the moment and doesn't want to go and complicate things at the moment, as we now have. And there you go. And
Chip Herr making that move.
Yeah, exactly. There, let's pick him up here. Is Herr not able to get by, but they got past the Civic at the exact same place that they passed Matt Benazik about 4 laps earlier. John Hainsworth now working lap number 20. The next time he passes a start-finish line, he'll get the 1 to go sign. And then battle, and then he's again looking to run the table He is, I believe, our only e-production racer still. I take that back. Michael Thompson in the Boxster is an e-production. That not much of an issue. That Boxster currently running 17th.
Oh, poor Chip Herr really getting pushed really wide there. Tom Burge holding that line, going around. Kevin Fryer going deep inside there, making that move on Burge. But Chip Herr got stuck to the outside coming out of the Octopus. Nowhere to go. Had to get kind of hard on the brakes again. And so that is becoming a challenge. We'll see as I believe.
Now he gets past Burge just at the starter stand. As we'll see here as they come down into turn one. But Chip Herr, this is what happens in multi-class racing sometimes, Brian. As our leader now comes across the start-finish line, we'll pick him up here at turn one in just a moment. We'll see an open-top Mazda RX-7. There he is. That is John Hainsworth coming through turn one. Let's go back to that battle right now, and I believe they're going into turn. They'll be coming into turn 5 here momentarily. That battle for the lead. And look at that, Chip Herr's right back to the rear of the number 90 machine, Brian, as they come through turn 5 and make the run down towards turn 6. Herr made up a lot of ground in a short amount of time.
Yeah, definitely when he got down into turn 5, though, that car really got sideways trying to do it. So he's really pushing the envelope here in that Toyota, trying to get past that Miata. Deacon Greenfield stuck in behind some of that lap traffic back there, Greg. But I tell you what, when they come to the line, they're only going to have one more lap to go as soon as Chip sees that. Now, we saw coming out of turn 1 and turn 2, last couple times when he got close, tries to make that move on the outside to set up to try to do that crossover move. It gets a little bit loose, really kicking up some dirt there coming out of the Octopus. That can't do well. That's going to open up probably another half a car length. We'll see what it's like when he gets down into turn 1 because he's been really quick and really good through turn number 1.
All right, as they are race here, and again, now these racers getting that 1 to go board as they now know that they're on the very last lap.
Here comes John Hainsworth. Here comes John Hainsworth now, going to cross the start-finish line. He's going to be the third car in line right there. So he is actually going to pick up the checkered flag. That means Matt Manasic's going to get one more lap to go as well to finish this race. But let's go back to that T4 battle because, again, Chip Herr really pushing the issue. Here's where Chip's been really, really strong, Greg, getting down into turn number 5, trying to do that outside, that over-under. He's going to stay to the outside now, going to go too wide coming out of turn number 5. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to make it stick. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to.
No, and he dropped the wheel there on exit, which caused him to lose a little bit of momentum there. And all Fryer had to do was basically just position the car to hold him out there as they come down into the Octopus for the very last time. And good car positioning from Kevin Fryer. And, this would be, I don't want to say it's a coup, but this would be a great win for the driver of the number 90 machine. Also noticing, again, not for a battle in class, Deacon Greenfield with all this fighting between these two racers
just sitting there watching it.
Yeah, he's been able to close right back up to the back of him. And if Greenfield knows what's right, he'll just sit back and watch. He's not going to go and try to insert himself between them here as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight and coming to the line and taking the win in Touring 4 is going to be Kevin Fryer. Chip Herr will finish second. Deacon Greenfield takes the win in STL. Brad Childs coming up over the hill. He is going to finish third in Touring 4. Rick Benazik crosses the line. Benazik will take the win in H Production. There you go, Matt Benazik finishing second in H Production. And trying to catch the rest of the group here. Let me see. I think we've got him coming through the Octopus now.
Yeah, a couple, again, got some of the car. Here comes Brad Childs. Here comes Alex Cumming. Here comes Dan Conway. He's going to be your B-SPEC leader because he's got almost a full entire lap over David Rosenblum in that Mini.
Yeah, matter of fact, if he gets around Rosenblum, he'd put him 2 laps down.
Well, they've already taken.
They've taken the checker already.
They took the checker flag already. So
all right. So I'll catch him here as they come. And there's Hainsworth coming onto the pit lane. He's going to pick up a checkered flag and take a victory lap here. So in. If we go and take a look and break things down here by class in E production, it was John Hainsworth taking the win over Michael Thompson's Boxster. Anthony Parker, Brian, ended up 4 laps down, retired the Triumph GT6 4 laps early. In F production, Tom Burge will take the win over Laurent Fumex in his Lotus 7. Fumex, as we saw, came down the pit lane. He only completed 5 laps. In H production, it's the battle of the Benezics, and Father Rick takes the win over Matt Benezic. Margin of victory, 10 seconds. In Touring 4, Kevin Fryer takes that win. Margin of victory, 1/10 of a second over Chip Herr. Dude, bro, Brad Childs will finish 3rd. Olivier Lucier will finish in 4th in his Boxster. Alex Cumming will finish 5th in his Mazda RX-8. And then finally, moving over to B-SPEC and STL. In B-SPEC, Dan Conway takes the win over David Rosenblum, who finishes a lap down. And finally, Super Touring Light, Deacon Greenfield today with the win. Greg Bogart in the number 23 Mazda Miata will finish 2nd. Warren Sackman will finish 3rd. Brian Hune fights back from that early spin, Brian, on the opening lap to finish 4th in STL, just off the podium, with Eric Beck and Nick Leveroni finishing 2 laps down and 7 laps down, respectively. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for the morning here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and our final day of racing at the Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors. What we have next, Brian, is lunch.
Yep.
And we're going to be back in just about an hour. Race group number 4, our open wheel and prototype racers, they are going to be on track at 12:40 this afternoon. So make sure, everybody, to join us, and we'll see you in about an hour.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
saying it's a national league. She's on the Philly team that goes all over the country.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Welcome back. It is the 2025 Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors, part of the 2025 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. We are your humble announcers here for the weekend. And Brian, as we are now coming back from lunch, it is without a doubt, and I'm going to put it up on the screen here, I'm going to put up in the corner what the weather is showing. It's showing as being only 82 degrees, but my gosh, it feels a lot hotter than that right now. And we've got our open wheel and prototype racers that just now come to the grid. They took as long as they could to get up there and get ready for our first race back after lunch.
Yeah, I mean, in the shade, it's a little bit cooler, obviously, in the shade. You're sitting out there baking down there in that asphalt. You want to be down there as little and as less time as possible.
As short a time as possible, absolutely.
I've never seen a group that have more umbrella people than anything else.
That's right.
But,
and not umbrella girls. Some of them are rather large men up over there.
That's why I said umbrella individuals.
Yes, exactly. All right, so we have coming up here, I'm going to break it out, 2 more races this afternoon. This open wheel and prototype race group number 4, is actually going to be 20 laps or 45 minutes. And then our final race for SPEC Miata, and we don't think there are going to be any SPEC MX-5 racers coming out, but that race is scheduled to run 22 laps or 45 minutes. Let's do this, Brian. For those of you who may have joined us a little late this morning or this afternoon, let's take a quick look at this beautiful New Jersey Motorsports Park, this very beautiful but hot and humid Thunderbolt circuit. A little bit over 2 miles, 2.25 miles, 12 turns. Built, not necessarily built into the land, because a lot of this the ground here is very sandy. We're just off the shores here, the Jersey Shore, but there's a lot of elevation change here to make things very difficult, very complicated for our racers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You look at the layout of this track. You go through turn 1, it kind of goes uphill. Turn 2 kind of is at the top of that hill, and it comes down.
It drops down.
Yeah, you get into turn 3, and that kind of drops down into 4, and you're kind of all downhill from there into 5. Literally, you are downhill from there into that left-hander, into 5, 6, 7, into the octopus there. That's where, and we talked about this morning. We'll talk about it again in case you were late coming in. That's a lot of these cars, a lot of throttle modulation to get in and out of those turns.
Yeah, you go quickly from increasing radius to decreasing radius,
right,
from that long sweeping right-hander coming out of turn 7, going all the way through turn 9, but it's very deceptive. It's not like some other carousels at racetracks where it's like one continuous turn. You are constantly having, as you said, to do throttle modulation and reposition the steering wheel in order to get through, and then that last portion of the octopus turn 10 is so difficult to get through. I know as I was hustling your pickup truck during lunch through there, I had the tires squealing quite a bit as the truck was leaning over.
Little top heavy, but yes.
Yes, very much, and we're talking about the truck, I hope, not just me. But we've got our splitter ready to send our racers to the left and to the right. As you can see there, or maybe it's to the right and then the left. Actually, as our racers are going to be heading down the pit lane to head out for their pace lap here momentarily. Brian, why don't we run down the starting order?
Yeah, so we're scheduled to have 9. We may end up only having 8. I see one of the cars not out there, but we'll go ahead and give him that shout out as we get down there. So starting on the pole, in that Formula Continental, in that number 08, in that RFR, that's going to be Don Betterly. Starting on the second, starting outside of row number 1, in that number 3, in that Formula F, that is going to be Jacob King in that Royal RP24. Dino Ladico scheduled to start 3rd in that Formula 600, in that number 8 machine. I do not see. I know that they were looking for some parts, unfortunately, that were out on the racetrack.
When I was looking to collect all our cameras, he was looking for apparently the most important bolt on the East Coast, Brian.
Yeah, it's not something you could get. So if somebody found that, call Dino, because you probably could be very rich when that's all said and done.
Hold it for ransom.
Yeah, scheduled to start on the 4th position, and our pole sitter in Formula V, that's going to be the number 79 of Alex Scaler in the 5th position. Again, another Formula V, that's going to be the 9 29 of David Scaler in that Fortec. Starting in the 6th position and 3rd in Formula V, that's going to be the 61 of Jonathan Whiteside. In the 7th position, Ted Zorbas. We saw him earlier this morning in that Porsche GT3 Cup car. He is going to be in the 7th position in the 03 in that Formula F. Starting in 8th, Chase Johnson in the 04. That's going to be another Formula V. And rounding out the field here, starting 9th, is the number 29 of Jeffrey Vallejo, and that is also another Formula V as we got our little flyover behind the Formula Vs going through there, so a pretty good shot. They're going to come through your screen right now as we watch the cars go down through turn 5.
And the plane
just go over top.
Yeah, we've got the Millville Airport just to the north of the racetrack, actually right behind turns 2 and 3. And so not uncommon to see planes taking off and landing there all day long.
Well, I tell you what, it looked like there was a corporate jet or a company jet that took off this morning.
I thought that was yours.
If you go back, well, it was. He was going out. I didn't want to say it was mine. He was going home to pick up the rest of the people and bring them back. But if you look at this morning's broadcast, right when the big bore cars started to come down through the backstretch, you clearly see this jet take off. It's a great little sight. Almost reminds me of Daytona years ago. So as our group cars now are starting to come down through the Octopus, looks like we're going to get the lights out on the safety car there, on that pace car, on that nice Ciocca Chevrolet Corvette. And we should be getting this group ready to go. Again, we're only going 20 laps here instead of the 22 laps, just to again, some of the drivers having some concerns about running out of fuel. And for those last 2 laps would be an additional almost 5 miles, and that is a lot.
It certainly is. All right. So, and Brian, we'll talk a little bit once we get things started. It sounded like for a little while our Formula F winner from yesterday, Jake King, wasn't going to be able to make the grid. Did some work on the car today as, pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over now to our pole sitter, Mr. Betterly. And green flag, Brian, is in the air. And we are bringing up an afternoon of racing here from New Jersey Motorsports Park as our front row scoots away from the Formula Vs back behind. Not a big surprise to see that happen, Brian, as Betterly takes the point heading into turn 1.
Yeah, Jake King a little bit further behind, but I tell you what, it looks like the Scalers are going to get a good run in this Formula Vs. Ted Zorbas is going to be in the back in that Formula F there. He's going to kind of get mixed into it, let them settle out, and then kind of try to get through there. You got Chase Johnson, Jeffrey Vallejo trying to figure out how they're going to get by the 03 if they want to catch this, the 2 Scalers and the White Shite machine, because if not, those 3 will hook up together and they will take off and be far enough away. It's going to be hard because these are types of cars that you need to have the draft that goes through. And it does look like maybe David Scaler is going to take the early lead over Alex in that 79, and Whiteside going to pick him back. We'll have to take a look at that. I'm not sure if that was Whiteside that got in front, because they were 3 wide right up the start, Greg, heading down into turn 1.
Well, I think we've got David Scaler in the green car. We've got Alex in the blue, and Whiteside, I believe, also in blue. We'll track that as they come down
watch
here.
Them come back through the start-finish line next time.
Yeah, exactly. But yesterday it was Alex Scaler taking the win in Formula V with Jonathan Whiteside in the 61, and I think now it is Alex and then Whiteside and then David 1, 2, 3 here as they come out of the Octopus. They're just the way the light is hitting those cars, Brian, as they come onto the front straight and to the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. And that is the blue 61 of Jonathan Whiteside, your leader, who finished second yesterday to Alex.
Yep. Yeah, so again, remember this group here in the 25 minutes ended up having some challenges. I think that's, again, the Dino Ladico in that Formula 600 had that problem. We had to go to that full course caution. It was going to take some time to get him moved out of there, so it ended up being that we ended up checkering this early. As our safety car, when it went out, kind of picked up the wrong person as the leader. It ended up picking up Chase Johnson instead of Don Betterly. So They kind of were going to do some wave arounds, but then once they realized how
much time was left on the clock,
and to get Dino's car out of the way, it was just better to check it and live to fight another day.
Yeah, exactly. I think when they realized that we had about 7 minutes remaining on the clock and they were going to have to send the Formula Vs all the way around to the back of the field to essentially turn an entire lap under caution, at best we would have had maybe 1, maybe 2 laps remaining here. As we now have, Brian, and I'm going to pick up the second pack here in Formula V. 2 distinct packs here, and actually it's Formula V and Ted Zorbs in our last Formula F machine. Zorbs has now gotten around both Jeff Vallejo as well as Chase Johnson, as Zorbs, who we saw a little bit earlier today in his Porsche 911, running something that is not exactly Porsche-like there.
Yeah, a little bit different, little bit different layout, in that with that Formula F. So, and again, that takes a lot to be able to go from something like that.
Yes,
such
a change.
Jumping into this, type of vehicle, this type of race car, in order to, do it, because you are having to drive it completely different all the way around. So it does make a difference. So. Trying to get the most out of that. Again, that car not obviously up to the same speed Jacob King is in that number 3. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But again, you were talking about it with Jacob. This morning you were talking to JD, and basically they were having either some electrical issues, fuel issues, or whatever. They ended up doing something with the, with the carburetor there. So. And
I apologize. I kind of let our Formula Vs there just a little bit.
And we'll get some cameras. Again, only having 8 cars out here, we'll definitely have within the 20 laps. We'll get some. We'll definitely get some screen time here for basically all of the cars here. Again, Don Betterly going out and really kind of setting the pace here in that Formula Continental, pretty much on a different playing field as far as time goes. So we'll pick up Don. You can see Don there in the back. Getting all ready to come up after only 3 laps, getting ready to come up on the back of Chase Johnson, Jeffrey Vallejo, along with Ted Zorbs in that Formula F. So he's gonna catch them quite quickly here in that Formula Continental.
Yeah, it's not going to take a lot of time when he's running a mid 121 and the Vs are running low 132s as we track right now. And interesting there that Chase Johnson and Jeff Vallejo actually made up a lot of ground on Ted Zorbs on that last lap and have actually pulled right up to the back of the Formula F machine. But, it reminds me, Brian, you said how different it is, jumping out of a GT3 Cup car into this Formula F chassis, into this Van Diemen. And it kind of reminds me on a somewhat other level of Tony Ave, who last year at the National Championship Runoffs ran his GT1 Mustang. He ran a Formula Atlantic Swift. He ran his GT3 Acura, and I believe he also ran a
Formula Atlantic.
I said it's Formula Atlantic Swift. But also ran, I believe, a GT light car as well.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I looked up, he was walking to the grid to get into a race car.
In one car and out the other.
And out of the other one, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Let's try to jump a little bit further forward, and I'm gonna we see coming into turn 3 now. This is the battle for the lead in Formula V, with Alex Scaler, who's taken the point. He's in the light blue, number 79. Jonathan Weishite is in the dark blue, the number 61 machine, with David Scaler in the number 9 machine following back in very close in third place. And this is the best I've seen David Scaler run this entire weekend. He has been very, very strong in that number 9 Vortec.
Yeah, I mean, he did pretty well yesterday. I think that, unfortunately, that full course caution came out at the wrong time. He was starting to make that move, and again, that's where they got caught behind. Picked up, it looks like we have Alex Taylor now having a problem with that car. That car We joke about these Formula Vs that when they're smoking off of the throttle, it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, that time it obviously was.
Well, evidently there's a bigger problem because there is Jonathan Whiteshite. Here's Alex Scaler, David Scaler way in the back as well. So I'm wondering if there is.
It sounds like David Scaler had actually gone off track.
Yeah. Well, and Alex Scaler, that car's pulling off.
Yeah,
He had a bigger problem.
Yeah, he's got a bigger issue there.
Okay.
And I think what actually happened it sounds like David Scaler actually went off track to avoid getting into the back of the number 9 machine. Of the
79.
The 79 machine. And so Alex is going to bring the car that he's named after himself, the Scaler Mark I, back to the paddock. And now no longer a 3-car battle for the lead in Formula V is Jonathan Whiteshite. Now very much in control of this Formula V race.
Yeah, I mean, really what that's going to do is, when you look at that actually puts the, honestly, at the end of this race, Greg, that Jeffrey Vallejo-Chase Johnson battle, that is actually going to be for the last podium spot, providing Jonathan Whiteshite and David Scaler can just hold on to what they've got.
Well, and as David Scaler's gone off once, and here we go, look at this.
Yeah, that's
great move going down into turn 4 as Jeff Vallejo, looks like he may have just given up a position to Chase Johnson there in the 04 car. Chase in the white with fairly thin, light green.
Yep.
Stripes, Vallejo in the green number 29 machine. And we'll see here as they're now side by side as our leader, Betterly's coming through through there as well.
Yeah, so that's going to be the battle for for the last podium spot here in Formula V. And again, they're still with the with the Ted Zorps machine. Kind of right there in front of them. There you see, there's Johnson, there's Vallejo right there. And again, they ran nose to tail pretty much the entire race yesterday. For the full 25 minutes. And again, as we talked about, and it was Vallejo that actually got better of Chase Johnson yesterday because when the full course caution came out, he was the first car that the pace car ended up picking up. So he was actually ahead of Chase Johnson. So this battle's really going to go all the way down toward the end. Yeah, Jacob King just now going by the start-finish line to complete his 7th lap, so 13 more to go. Kind of in that 124 range, 124.335, so faster than what he ran during qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm going to, and I think there's a good reason for that. We're going to follow Max here, or probably Jake, I'm sorry for a little bit. So as I was mentioning during the pace lap, Brian, Jake has had some challenges with the car. When he was out for qualifying, for the afternoon qualifying yesterday, the car had a pretty bad miss. Both he and his father and crew chief, J.D. King, looked at it. They thought that there was an issue with the ignition system. They had some issues with spark with at least one of the plug wires and a spark plug that they swapped out. Thought the car was going to run much better. But during yesterday's race, it was still breaking up quite a bit, and it turns out it was not a spark issue, but it was a fuel issue. Mm-hmm. And so last night, JD decided to bring a new carburetor to the track with him. And this morning, because JD's also the race chair here for the South Jersey region of the SCCA. He had to go back and replace carburetors on that Royale, and it was very interesting. He kind of associated changing the carburetor on a Kent 1600 to changing the carburetor on a tractor. Implied that it was going to be fairly easy work. But that's, now that the spark issue is taken care of, now that the fuel issue is taken care of, we can see now that, Jake King's actually picked up quite a bit of time from how he qualified.
Yeah. talking about the Kings, talking about Jacob and everything. Jacob's grandmother Sue is having a 21st birthday.
Her 21st.
Today.
She is finally legal.
Finally legal. So congratulations to Sue.
Is that why she wouldn't have beer at the party last night?
Well, yeah, because she had to wait to today.
That's right.
So she was not allowed to have any of those adult beverages until officially today.
Yeah. So happy birthday.
21st birthday, Sue King. We know that you are the real hero and the one who runs everything around here.
That's right, the matriarch, and
that's it.
And Sue, she is also our safety steward here this weekend.
Both yours and mine as well, in case we trip and fall down the steps.
The chances of that are quite high.
That's why she's not too far from us.
Exactly. Check back in about an hour.
Yeah, still keeping an eye on that, and again, this is 2 straight days in a row here between both of them, Vallejo and Johnson here. Right now, Vallejo has moved back in front of Johnson, so we'll see. But again, that's going to be for the last podium spot in there. And you talk about Chase Johnson, pretty much accomplished driver as well.
Yes.
2019 USAC.
Brian, real quick, issue coming out of turn 2, going down the hill. And that might have been David Scaler's second off of the day. And so now that, you were talking about how important that
now
fight.
That's the battle for second.
Exactly, how important. And now Vallejo taking a look underneath Chase Johnson going into turn number 4. So now Vallejo moves up in the second position, dropped Johnson down into third. And David Scaler, who had been running in second position, he's at the moment off the podium and by quite a distance.
Well, but he's got a shot at him because they're just now going in through there. If he can stay clean there and not have another excursion, the 3-time excursion, they always say 3 strikes and you're out. But if he ends up with not having another one, he should be fast enough to catch up to them. Again, they're just now coming through the octopus there. That is David there at the end of that, so he may be able to catch him. So that could be a really good battle here, Greg, with 10 laps to go. So we're at the halfway point of this. And so, whether or not David can pick that up and have a good battle there for the last couple spots.
All right, so we'll see him come in the line. And with that, Brian, as we're now halfway through this race, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. And look at that, Chase Johnson trying to return to favor going in the 1. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5, SPEC Miata and SPEC MX5. Please head to the grid. SPEC Miata and SPEC MX5 racers, this is your first call to the grid.
We're talking about Chase Johnson. Race quarter minutes pretty much for 8 years. Won here in 2023. Was, major winner here on Thunderbolt. So, another good accomplished racer,
and that was the rain-soaked version of the majors.
Mm-hmm.
That we had actually a shortened schedule because, when you have racetracks named Thunderbolt and Lightning, it makes sense that you'd be under lightning delays and have thunderstorms for about 20 hours out of 24, or actually about 40 hours out of 48.
And you can follow Chase Johnson on Facebook at CRJ Racing. So look him up. He is definitely looking for additional sponsorship opportunities that he has open on that car. So again, another good competitive car. And here's the battle that I was talking about, Greg. Now that David Scaler's obviously gotten all 4 wheels up underneath him now and not making through there, we'll pick them up as they go down by the start-finish line right there. There they go, heading down into turn 1. It's going to be a pretty good battle there, 3-way battle for them. So we'll have to see what happens as they come through, coming up out of over top of the hill. And again, you've got Vallejo running there, holding on to that lead. But now David Scaler, he's going to get around Chase Johnson as they coming up over the hill to that.
Attention in the paddock with the owner of a white Honda, New Jersey license plate P99NSB. Again, that's a white Honda license plate, New Jersey license plate P99NSB. Please move your car immediately. You're blocking access to one of our emergency vehicles. Again, white Honda, New Jersey license plate P99NSB. Please move your vehicle immediately.
Yeah, Greg, so as you're making that when we came back out of turn number one, you had David Scaler. Now, he got around Chase Johnson there, so now David Scaler trying to move up, and David Scaler gets really, really loose coming up through there out of the octopus right there, Greg. And I tell you what, that car almost went into a four-wheel slide as he's trying to hold off Chase Johnson. Again, that's going to be, that is the battle for second, third, and fourth in that with the retirement of Alex Scaler.
And now going back in the second spot, Brian, David Scaler drafts back and around Vallejo, and as they come down into turn number one, it is the 9 to the lead, the 29, or probably the 9 in second position, the 29 in third, and then Chase Johnson in 0-4, now sitting in fourth position. All the while, Jonathan Weisheit, Brian, is a lap up from these guys, and he's almost now 31 seconds ahead of the rest of the Formula V field.
Yeah. Well, again, David's had two excursions, right? 2 offs, and able to recollect himself and get through there a little bit. And I think you're going to have Betterly behind them as well. So, Betterly going to end up putting another lap on them. There goes Jonathan Weisheit right there. Your leader in Formula V, and then these drivers here a lap back from that.
Yeah, and so tracking here, Brian, because as our overall leader, Don Betterly, in his Formula Continental RFR, comes up to the back of the Formula V field, want to see how well he makes it through and if he impacts this race in any way. And I think given that he didn't come up on these racers until after the Octopus, I think he's going to get to him at perhaps the perfect time. Matter of fact, it appears as though he may have let out of the throttle a little bit so that he doesn't impact their race, that he gets them on the front straight.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get them down by the end of the front straightaway, although, sitting right there and going by Chase Johnson right now, I think when you're going to see that is he definitely gets by them. Really kind of undercuts. It was kind of closer than I anticipated it to be when you put those three Formula Vs right there nose to tail. They do obviously pick up a little bit more speed. I thought for sure that Betterly in that Formula Continental would go flying by him.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anything, Brian, he actually brought David Scaler back to Vallejo and Johnson right behind. So I think he did. I think he did the 29 and the 0-4, maybe a little bit of a favor in how late he got there. But also, as opposed to some of the other tracks, we're at the front straight here at NJMP, not the longest front straight. Although, again, once you come out of the Octopus, you've got these couple little bends here. It's essentially a straightaway.
Straightaway, yeah. So, but you're right. I think when Betterly got to David Scaler, it's like, in other forms of racing, you use that draft to get on that left or right rear of those cars to kind of slow them down and pull them back. And I think that, once that happened, it became where, they just really had nowhere to go.
Right.
And he had to do everything he can to get back in front of David going into turn one. Still really, really good battle here in Formula V. And then again, this is going to be the battle for second and third. So 2 of these 3 cars are going to end up on the podium, providing Jonathan Weisheit can seal the deal. We said that about Alex. The next thing you know, we put the announcer's curses. Scaler goes a little bit wide. Vallejo kind of tucks in a little bit tight there. Tries to get a good drive off. We'll see. And he gets a little really loose up over the top of the hill, Greg, in that number 29 machine. So, again, Vallejo fighting everything he can. I think a lot of that has to do with the air coming off of David Scaler in that 9. And now they're both going to go right on by David Scaler as they come down out of turn 4. So move Jeffrey Vallejo now up in the second, Chase Johnson in the third. And, Greg, I'm wondering if Scaler may have had a bigger problem.
Yeah, he lost a lot of pace.
Speed. Yeah.
Well, we'll see here if he makes up ground, or you never know. Given the pace that he's been carrying, given how he was able to close things down
quickly
on Johnson and Vallejo after his last spin, I hate to say it, he might be playing with him a little bit, or playing himself.
Yeah,
trying to make things a little bit more interesting. So we'll see here. But also as Johnson and Vallejo get a little more frisky and start challenging each other with now when they come by, essentially it's probably going to be 4 laps remaining for them, possibly 3, depending on whether or not Betterly gets around and laps them again. There's precious little time for them as we see Ted Zorbs go by, and we'll have those Formula V racers coming up here in just a moment. There they are as they come over the crest of the hill and roll down towards turn 1.
And David does close the gap there a little bit. I think that David got a little bit out of shape there going through the last time by over top of that hill.
Yeah.
Or when Vallejo kind of got through there and got by him, I think that really put him out of shape as well and kind of slowed him down. So we'll see whether or not. But again, 4 laps left to go here in this contest. It's anyone's game out of those 3 who's going to finish second and or third.
And now Vallejo takes a look to the inside on Johnson. Johnson lets it happen, doesn't want to give up any ground, but there you are again, David Scaler. He made up the ground once before. He's right back in the game in this 3-car fight for second in Formula V.
Jonathan Whiteside there just going out of your screen. That's your leader in Formula V. So there, and here comes Don Betterly now up over the hill out of turn number 11, down underneath the bridge into turn number 12. This time when he does go by the start-finish line, he will have 3 laps left to go. So I don't believe he's going to be able to go back around and lap these Formula Vs because they're pretty much, he just went by them. So I think
he'll likely get up to likely get up to Weishite. Yeah.
So again, Johnson, Vallejo, and David Scaler trying to see who's going to end up finishing on the last 2 spots. As Chase Johnson now tries to look to driver's left just past the start-finish line, come down into turn 1. We'll see whether or not he tries to take that outside. Just doesn't. Gets a little bit harder on the brakes. Looks like he's trying to back the corner up, really trying to work on drive off. But with these cars, Greg, it's a little bit hard to do that because you need the momentum to keep up. So you really, it's not like, when we were talking about earlier this morning in some of these other cars where you can back up the corner because you have the power to drive off. Here you don't have that.
No. You are trying to use, there may be a slight breathe of the throttle, but again, the gaining of momentum is so difficult with these cars. You don't want to just give it away. And I mean, there's no real concept of backing up a corner here. Let's jump forward a little bit here as we talked about Betterly coming up on the back of Jonathan Weishite to lap Weishite, who's currently running 3rd overall. And so now with Betterly crossing the start-finish line, 2 laps remaining, he'll get the 1 to go sign the next time he crosses the start-finish.
Yep.
And meanwhile, we'll give a little bit of love here to Jonathan Weishite, who the past couple of years has been focusing on his Formula Enterprise 2 program, but also focusing, as we talked about yesterday, on aero development of this JK Technologies XP1 to try and make it as difficult to draft off of as possible. Hasn't had to worry about that today.
Right. Yeah, I think with the Alex Scaler, coming in only completing 5 laps and then turning around and having David, with the different challenges that he has had, it becomes where he can focus on trying some things and doing some things. So as Don Betterly now coming up out of the Octopus, out of turn number 11, going to be heading up underneath the bridge. He's going to get the 1 to go board next time by. So Don Betterly will be working his last lap as he comes down through turn number 12. There'll be 1 to go for him and 1 to go for everybody else behind them. So what does that do? Well, what that's going to end up having to do is that is going to shorten the race for that final spot on the podium for our Formula Vs down to the 1 lap.
That's right. As Johnson, Vallejo, and Scaler, they're going to get only 18 laps out of the 20 as they've been lapped twice. So let's join that fight if we can, Brian. Let me try and pick up where they are, and I believe they're coming out of the Octopus right now. So we're going to pick them up here. There they are, coming over through that little bend on turn 11 and underneath the bridge.
And now Vallejo's opened up. Now David Scaler has gotten past Chase Johnson, so move David Scaler back up into third right there. Actually, move David Scaler back up. Now I've got him listed
now move him up this. Well, he just passed him. Vallejo right at the start-finish line.
Yeah,
So Scaler works his way back up in the second position, getting around Jeffrey Vallejo in the green Speed Sport AM5, with Chase Johnson trying to make up a little bit of ground there to be part of that battle when it comes down to the last corners. And it looks like he does get there. He's within about a car length.
Yep.
But, as we've said, Scaler, who qualified for this event second fastest only to Alex Scaler, has shown twice where he has had the opportunity and the ability now to make his way clear. As we now see Jonathan Weishite coming out of the final corner, and that tells me that the checkered flag is already in the air for Don Betterly. Took the win in Formula Continental. My apologies for missing that. Taking the win in Formula V will be Jonathan Weishite. Let's try to pick up Max King.
Actually, we're going to pick up Jacob King because Max King's not even.
That's right.
I
said that again here, and well, here's Ted Zorbs coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight. So Zorbs is going to finish second in Formula F2. Jake King,
who's just now coming into turn number 12.
Into the final corner, so we'll see him. So
David Scaler, sorry, Greg. David Scaler is going to pick up second. Jeffrey Vallejo is going to pick up third, and then Chase Johnson fourth. Here comes Jake King now going to be the last driver to take the checkered flag. And so there you go. In Formula Continental, it is Don Betterly, your winner. He's your sole Continental racer. In Formula F, Jake King will take the win with Ted Zorbs finishing second. And in Formula V, it is going to be Jonathan Weishite with 45 seconds on the rest of the V field. David Scaler will finish second, Jeff Vallejo third, and Chase Johnson will finish just off the podium. Brian, what I'm going to do before we take a break, I know I had made a first call. We're getting word that the SPEC Miata drivers are not going to be on track until about 1:35 this afternoon. That is 20 minutes from now, so we're going to have a little bit of downtime, a little bit of a break. Let me make a call to the grid for that next group, however. Attention in the paddock, SPEC Miata and SPEC MX-5 racers, please head to the grid. SPEC Miata and SPEC MX-5, please start heading to the grid, but you're not going to be on track for about 20 minutes. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Well, not so quick, apparently. And we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's the 2025 Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors. Please stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Willing and Able Racing offers top quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
We have to be back in an hour, so okay, 12:30, 12:35. Okay.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2025 Fay Teal Memorial Jersey Devil Majors, part of the 2025 U.S. Majors Tour, the Sports Car Club of America here from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. I'm Greg Ginsberg, and he is Brian Donati. And this is, Brian, our very last race of the day, and I think we might have saved the most exciting race for last. It is SPEC Miata.
Well, our SRF race was pretty good too.
Yeah, it was.
We always have a good time here with SPEC Miata, and you know what, Greg? Looking at these times and looking where they qualified, and then what they ran in the race, they actually went faster in the race. Obviously, yesterday it came down to the last couple of laps, not only for the win, but where to position them for the starting grid today in terms of this. Tell you what, let's go ahead and we'll go over the starting grid here because things changed a little bit from yesterday, during the race with these times. So starting on the pole, in the number 92 is going to be Nick Leveroni. Starting in second is going to be Seth Gentry in the number 20 machine. Hope we've got some duct tape. Starting in the third
position. And shorter shoelaces.
We'll talk about that
in a little bit, yeah.
Yes. Starting in third position, the 15, who was your pole sitter during yesterday's race, Ryan Maloney. Starting in fourth position, in the number 44, is Christian Zarnecki.
And that was your race winner.
Yes. Starting in fifth position, the 00 of Mark Cefalo. Starting in sixth, the 195, that's John Jenkins. Starting in the seventh position, that's the 46, that's Dr. Domenico Luigi. Starting in the 8th position, the 23 of Greg Bogart. Starting in the 9th position, in that number 59, that's Antonio Abram. Starting in the 10th position, that's Casey Mosley, and he'll be in the 105. Starting in the 11th position, that's Nicole Cooper-Cefalo, and she'll be in the 182. Starting in the 12th position, that's Steve Ficacci, and he's in the 51. Starting in the 13th position, the 88, that's Michael Lamena. Starting in the 14th position, the 07, that's Ken Williams. Starting in 15th, the 76 of Warren Sackman. Starting in the 16th position, the number 70 of Gary Jenkins. And starting in 17th position, the number 77 of Eric Beck.
All right, and there you go. That is your 17 car field, Brian, and as the pace lap here continues, as you mentioned yesterday, or as we both mentioned yesterday, your race winner, Christian Zarnecki, and even though he took the win, only good for fourth on the field based on the lap times. Nick Leveroni finished in second yesterday with Ryan Maloney finishing in third. That was your top three, and a huge gap back to Mark Cefalo in fourth position. I'd look for maybe Cefalo to be a little bit stronger today. John Jenkins worked his way up through the field, had a very strong couple opening laps, finished in fifth position. Antonio Abram, who is listed as being out of Winston, Georgia, used to race for Panic Motorsports. He's in an RP performance machine here this weekend. I think the reason he came to New Jersey Motorsports Park, Brian, is I think he just graduated from college. He's looking for a job in aerospace. So and flight avionics. So great to see him out here as the lights are out on the pace car, and just like the lights are out on our turn 12 cameraman, as Nick Leveroni and Seth Gentry lead the field now. Whoops, there we go. Onto the front straight. Pace car on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, and we are racing here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Thunderbolt Circuit. Brian, 2 by 2 as they go down the front straight. Leveroni, Gentry, side by side. We'll talk about Seth Gentry had a very difficult race yesterday, but a lot of unfortunate things. But had a great conversation with he and his father last night. He's looking for a change in fortunes here today.
Yeah, talked to them last night, and I've talked to Seth, over the last couple of years, when he was running the SSM group, as our leaders now got a big push. We'll get back to Seth here in a second, but a big push by Ryan Maloney to Nick Leveroni along with Mark Cefalo. So that inside line right at the start, that ended up being where they got the really good push, and the cars just behind there that were on the outside, they didn't get a really good run. But definitely, talked to Seth and his father last night, and unfortunately, I said to Seth, Seth, well, you made a couple mistakes. He goes, well, no, not really. I didn't make as many mistakes as it may have looked at. What had happened was his shoelace came kind of undone, and when he went to get on the brake to lift his foot on his right foot to go on there, the shoelace was stuck on the brake pedal, and he could not get his foot up to get on the brake pedal.
Oh, my.
And ended up having to go deep. That didn't happen one time. It happened twice to him.
Oh, wow.
So it took him about 2 or 3 laps, and those were the 2 biggest mistakes that he had made, which really dropped him all the way back. So, explain. Got to get some duct tape, wrap that around. He does wear a boot-cut shoe or a race suit, so it goes over that. But that sometimes does happen when you get in the car. That it's a possibility with the Velcro that it can come undone with racing that hard.
I was just going to say, instead of using shoelaces, he needs to use. What were those when we were kids? What were those shoes that were only had Velcro?
Just
Like
the Velcro
kangaroo.
shoe,
They were like kangaroos or something like that. I forget what the heck they used to call them. But that's. Probably what he needs to start wearing is, Brian, we already have a 4-car breakaway here at the front of the field. Oh, and that camera is not working. Whoops, let me get over to the right place eventually. I swear I will get there, Brian. We'll go to that camera, and our racers should come into view here momentarily. But it is Leveroni, Gentry, Sarnecki, yesterday's winner, and Ryan Maloney, who have now broken away from the rest of the field. Here they come. And look at that as Maloney's trying to push Gentry now past Sarnecki. And as they do that, as they went into turn 7 side by side, that allowed Nick Leveroni to open up a little bit of a gap here. Again, and we saw this yesterday, Brian, if they don't fight early on, as Sarnecki now tries to come underneath Ryan Maloney, as long as they don't fight, Leveroni probably won't get away, but so far they're making it easy for him to make that advantage.
Well, Zarnecki and Maloney have been working together pretty much all weekend long. Everywhere Chris Zarnecki's been, so's Ryan Maloney and vice versa. And so Ryan Maloney just pushed Christian Zarnecki in front of Seth Gentry. So move Seth Gentry now back to 4th. And as you said, they've opened up a gap to almost 1.4 seconds over, or 1.02 seconds over John Jenkins in 5th, and then Mark Cephalo, who just set the fastest lap of the race right now early on. But look for Zarnecki and for Maloney. Again, they worked really, really well together during yesterday's 25-minute race. Look for them to stick together again and hopefully get by Nick Leveroni as this race starts to unfold in the later laps.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, as you said, Cephalo just ran the fastest lap. And again, it's only lap number 2, Brian. But in doing so, and we've got a driver that ran very wide, and that might have been Greg Bogart.
Yeah, I think so.
There in the yellow machine dropping a wheel. But with that group starting the fight, they had, after the first lap, opened up like 10, almost 15 car lengths, and that has gone away, and not because of a draft. That's just simply because they fought for 3 corners and all the way here through the Octopus. Now, they are working their way back up to Leveroni, but that second pack is there as well.
Yeah, and Greg, we just had Warren Sackman just spun right there in front of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo and Ken Williams in that 182 and 07 coming down, I guess, through turn 8, turn 9 into the Octopus. So Warren Sackman, who didn't really get a good start, he ended up dropping all the way to the back of the field, almost a car length and a half. Once the green flag came out, but looks like Warren is back underway. But yeah, pretty big spin there, right in front of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo and Ken Williams in that 70 machine, or the 07 machine. Mark Cephalo's gotten around John Jenkins for that 5th place overall. So we'll see whether or not Mark Cephalo is going to be able to run back up to our top 4 cars of Nick Leveroni, Christian Zarnecki, Ryan Maloney, and Seth Gentry. That's your top 4. They've opened up by about a second, over Mark Cephalo as they start to pull away a little bit. Mark Cephalo pulling away from John Jenkins as they come out of turn number 5 and head down into turn 6, Greg. I tell you what, Cephalo's got to be careful along with Jenkins because they're starting to pull away. They could end up being where they're kind of on an island by themselves, and you're really not going to be able to go forward or backwards. Exactly. And again, as we're starting to see here, when those cars in that front pack
don't fight. They do have quite a bit more pace than Mark Cephalo. That last time by, it was a couple of tenths, and and Jenkins doesn't have the pace there. I think it'll help Jenkins out immeasurably if Dr. Dom Luigi in that orange and red machine, if he and Bogart, instead of putting wheels off in the dirt, can actually work their way back up to Jenkins, they should be able to reconnect with Mark Cephalo.
Yeah. And, we talked about, yesterday we were talking about Maloney and Seth Gentry. Again, two drivers coming from that SSM group where it is all about momentum. You've got to keep the momentum going. And they've run here in their cars quite a bit with that. So, again, knowing how to take care of the equipment and keep it, this could be a really good race here towards the end of this 22 for Leveroni and Zarnecki as well.
And we saw Cephalo get very loose, cresting over the top of the hill going into turn 3. We'll see if he can recover. That also might bring Jenkins and Bogart a little bit closer. Although Bogart now has actually dropped off the back of Jenkins a little bit. No, Bogart was there with Dr. Dom.
Bogart's with Dr. Dom,
yeah.
So, again, those two, if they work together and they can continue to keep, moving forward as well, they'll end up with Jenkins, and then Jenkins will be able to run down Mark Cephalo there as this race progresses, if those two can, work. Because, again, 3 is faster than 1 here. You don't hear that very much, but that has definitely happened in this car with the draft. A little bit further back there, you've got Casey Mosley and Antonio Abram just behind the Bogart. Those two have been kind of nose to tail for the entire race, and then you got to go a little bit further back to get to Mike LaMena and Steve Ficacci right there coming into your Scott underneath the bridge through turn number 12. Cameraman wakes back up.
That's right, and they're just in time to see LaMena and the other driver come through. So let's go down and we'll focus in a little bit here on Luigi, Bogart, Mosley, and Abram, and then there is LaMena and Ficacci. If you remember, Brian, we had Steve Ficacci racing. I believe it was at the Jefferson 500. Over at Summit Point back in May.
In that same car, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. I think we had Ficacci as well when they ran the regional over on the other course here.
Yeah, over on the Lightning circuit.
In May as well. So we've seen him a couple times. So seems to be getting better and better and faster in that Miata as the year is going on. Again, all these drivers, you talk about the top 4, they're kind of, it looks like they're content to just sit there a little bit, although the minute I say that, it looks like Gentry and maybe Maloney might be looking to press the issue there, over Zarnecki, and it looks like that has happened. So move Maloney now up into second over Zarnecki, and then Gentry still sitting there in 4th.
Yeah, but Brian, and in doing that, again, it didn't take long, but once again, look at Leveroni here, who's now gone from maybe about a 2-foot advantage and a 2-foot lead to about great. Thank you, cameraman. About a 300, not a 300 foot, but about a 200 foot lead. There is Leveroni crossing the line with Zarnecki right to the back of Ryan Maloney now going into turn number 1.
Well, that's a product of Maloney getting underneath Zarnecki going through there. So, yeah, absolutely. That'll definitely open it up. But I would anticipate both Maloney and Zarnecki, again, closing that gap here. Still plenty of time, 16 laps to go here. Both of those drivers have been pretty patient all weekend long, and taking care of the equipment. So I look to see them catching back up to Maroney. Seth Gentry's got to be able to stay on Christian Zarnecki if he wants to stay in the fight right there, because if not, those two will pull away from Seth Gentry due to the draft getting through, and you don't want to have to back up to Mark Cephalo in order to move forward.
No.
That only just slows down, and it'll take a lap and a half if that is the case to happen. So Gentry's got to stay up on the wheel here the entire race. Can't be patient with anything. He's got to really push the issue to get back to Zarnecki.
Hey, want to say hello to Russ Lundberg out on the West Coast, RGL Motorsports. Thanks for joining us here today, Russ. And good to see that you woke up early just in time for the final race of the weekend.
Said only having 5 run groups here this weekend, so pretty quick Sunday as we went through this Fay Teal Majors, Devil Majors here at New Jersey Motorsports Park on the Thunderbolt circuit. So yeah, get your morning tea, your morning crumpet, and sit back and watch SPEC Miata for the last race.
This comes from the guy who spent a week in the UK, and I'm sure I'm looking to see if Erwin is here watching us this weekend from the Netherlands, where he wouldn't be having tea and crumpets, but he might be at a coffee shop.
That is true.
All right, and so now Ryan Maloney is in that white hood, blue-bodied number 15 machine. He has started to let me go and jump forward to camera. Has started to close things down a little bit on Leveroni, that along with Sarnecki and Gentry right behind. But again, Cephalo now is kind of sitting out there by himself with about 30 car lengths up to the four ahead, and about 15 to 20 car lengths to the 5 or so cars behind, and there he is going in, and that's probably just the worst place to be, because it's too far to drop back,
right?
But you just can't move forward like that either.
Keep in mind, Mark Cephalo has been really focusing on that T4 program. Hasn't run this car, a lot. Brings it out every now and then, especially when they come here to run in SPEC Miata. But last couple years, really focusing on that T4 program for him. So just knocking the rust or the dust off of this car. I think it's more of the dust, because there is no rust on that car. So it definitely handles a little bit different than his T4 car too. So
yeah, certainly.
As there they go. You got 2 car lengths now back to Seth Gentry in that 4th position from that front 3. Zarnecki there kind of still holding. I think Ryan Maloney is going to be a little bit patient, with Nick Leveroni as they head down over the hill and come down into turn 5. Still plenty enough time, 14 laps to go. We'll see, when does Ryan Maloney look to make his move, because Greg, is when the minute that happens, that brings the other 2 cars into the fold.
Right into the fold, exactly. Now again, Sarnecki took double silvers, took second place both days at the Watkins Glen Super Tour, as we've got a driver dropping a wheel, and I think that was Antonio Abram in the 59 machine there coming out of turn 5, as he now falls a bit off the back of Greg Bogart. He had been hanging right on the back bumper of that yellow 23 machine since the start of the race. Actually, no, we're getting word that was actually the Bogart machine.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing him come through there yet.
Yeah.
So I think he may have pulled out. Well, there he is. He's dropped all the way back. So, that was the Bogart machine that dropped. And we're getting a call now that Christian Zarnecki's left rear bumper is starting to hang down. We'll take a look at that as well. It's going to be kind of hard to see.
Yeah, and Brian, I'm wondering here is, again, with the bump drafting, and usually the bumper caps on these cars are pretty resilient.
But there it is on the left
definitely
side.
back.
Definitely coming off.
And Brian, notice that Seth Gentry has dropped very far back. Haven't gotten word of any possible contact between them, but given how far back he is, I'm wondering if perhaps there was just a little bit more than a bump draft.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Brian, we are getting word now. If we take a look on the pit lane, he just went by us.
I think he went by us.
Yeah, the Bogart in that yellow 23 machine, he has now called it a day as he came down the pit lane. As we check back in, and Gentry might be having a little bit more of a problem, because I think that we just now saw. Let's take a look coming into 7. I think Mark Cephalo has now picked up 4th position, got
Gentry's
around to Gentry.
There may have been some contact there, and there may be a little bit of damage to the front nose of that 20 car, which is kind of dropped back, and that would explain, potentially that left side of that bumper falling off. Hey, looking here in the chat, David Stern, the bearded wonder, is.
Here. Another noted SSM and SPEC Miata driver. And Gentry, you notice Gentry ended up really all the way to the outside there, coming through, and he's heading to the pit lane, Brian.
He's definitely got a problem.
Yeah, so, yeah, again, not a great outing for him yesterday, and he's going to retire early as he now comes down the pit lane, and Seth Gentry's day is now done.
Yep.
So that is now three cars in that battle for first, and still Mark Cephalo all by himself, now, though, in fourth and not in fifth position.
Yep. I'm watching the Seth Gentry car. I'm not seeing any nose damage on that car at all. And both him and Christian, on Friday, again, during that conversation that we had with him and his dad last night, the first lap and a half, him and Zarnecki went out on Friday morning. They ended up putting the car kind of up against the barriers as well with both of them. So, Seth Gentry not having the weekend that he really wanted.
And so, Brian, big things afoot here. We talked about Cephalo being all by himself now in fourth position, and John Jenkins in fifth. Well, Dr. Dom in the that orange and blue 46 machine, he ran 4/10, almost a half second faster than Jenkins on the prior lap, and he is now right to the back of that black number 195 machine. Yeah. Again, the machine there, Luigi in that 46 car, a bit of a throwback livery, not to a NASCAR machine like the Zarnecki car, but actually a throwback to Jim Goffrey, who's a four-time GT2 national champion. His son, actually, Goffrey's son, actually has been racing the past number of years in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. But Goffrey is actually Dr. Dom's wife's uncle.
Ooh. Now, there goes our leaders now. Again, you talk about Dr. Dom right there on the back of Jenkins. They are actually starting to run Cephalo down. They were a tenth and a half faster last time by with both of them. So they're starting to run Mark down for that fourth position.
All right, so let's take a look here as they come into turn 5. And indeed, Dr. Dom, he's not pushing the issue at all with Jenkins. I think he wants to work with Jenkins to move up and get up to Cephalo. It's a lot of the racing, especially in these very close quarters in Spec Miata, is done with your hands from the inside or with your right arm to try and signal intentions to the driver behind you. Yep. And I look at it as when we had David Sanders on board earlier in his T2 Corvette. Most of his waving was
to keep the car straight.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
When you're usually racing just a couple inches off the car ahead of you, you need to let the guy behind you, know that you're about ready to get on the brake pedal so that he's ready to go. And we'll see here. But this time by, Brian, let's take a look as Jenkins and Luigi come across the line. They ended up picking up another 2/10 on Cephalo.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely going to catch them, but again, what that's going to do is that's definitely taking the front three and just putting them way out in front now.
Yes.
It's 7 seconds between Zarnecki and Cephalo for between third and fourth.
All right, let's maybe drop back a little bit more, Brian, and I want to pick up that fight between Mike LaMena and Ficacci if we can. And there they are coming through turn 3. This is the battle for 9th position currently. And Ficacci has been trailing the 88 machine. Now, remember, LaMena,
Let me just touch on something now. Ryan Maloney has now taken over the lead over Nick Leveroni as they came out of turn 5. We'll go back to LaMena and that.
Okay.
But we now have a new leader. Ryan Maloney has now overtaken Nick Leveroni, and he got a little bit of a bump, and he got a little bit of a push from Christian Zarnecki as they came out of turn number 5 and headed down through turn 6 and down 7. And that's fine. They're just now coming up underneath the bridge and headed down the start-finish line. So, again, Ryan Maloney is going to get moved out in the front. That's one of our lap cars. That's going to be, I believe, that's that is Gary Jenkins.
Gary Jenkins in the 70. Here come our leaders now across the start-finish line. And Zarnecki now taking a look to the inside on our new leader, Ryan Maloney, as they come down to turn 1. with Leveroni, who got shuffled back into third. Now, at this point, Brian, for them to start fighting it out and battling it out with over 7 seconds back to Cephalo,
there's nothing lost there a little bit.
I mean, we're only about halfway through the race, but it's going to take a lot more to bring Cephalo, Jenkins, and Luigi into this battle.
Yeah, and really, Mark's got to really worry about Jenkins and Luigi getting a little bit faster as well with those two. So at some point, he's going to have to start defending because, again, there's another lap where they were a little bit slower that time because they were battling. But, the last time by, when they came out of turn number 5, Ryan made that move over Leveroni, and Zarnecki went with him, gave him the bump that he needed, and that put Leveroni back into third.
We can see there the distance now back to Cephalo, as I think Cephalo again losing pace or losing ground to our top 3 racers as they put in 3/4 of a lap without a fight.
Yeah.
So we'll see here as things play out. We'll jump back to that battle with Lamena and Ficacci here in just a moment.
They're just now coming up into the Octopus. So again, you've got Zarnecki and you've got Zarnecki went all the way over to driver's right there, Greg, just past the start-finish line. Ryan Maloney stayed right in the line. Christian Zarnecki went all the way almost to the grass to get by Gary Jenkins. Jenkins held his line, and Maloney went all the way to, Zarnecki went all the way to use Jenkins to get that draft, and that separated them a little bit. So that's going to give Maloney a little bit of a gap between him and Zarnecki as they're getting ready to come up out of turn number 3 now and head down the hill. So.
And we'll be back over there in just a moment. Just wanted to, again, get a little bit here with Zarnecki and Ficacci that have been so close with this. Lamena, pardon me, exactly, and Ficacci have been so close over the course of this race. All right, so let's move back over to that battle for the lead, Brian, and they are going into, looks like, going into the Octopus now.
Yeah, they should be in the center of the Octopus coming down out of turn 7. Right there. There they are. There.
Yep.
So again, and now Zarnecki has gotten around Maloney for the lead. So when he went by Gary Jenkins in there, that actually helped him. There was a little bit of a gap, but I think that Ryan Maloney had to get a little bit harder on the brakes down into turn 1 and do it as Nick Leveroni drops a wheel, drops that right side tire coming out of the Octopus there, Greg. That's going to open it up by about 2 or 3 car lengths, first and second. That could allow Zarnecki and Maloney to pull away in the closing laps of this race.
Yeah, indeed. And so Zarnecki, we talked about those podiums at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago. He was your 2023 and 2024 Northeast Majors champion in Spec Miata. He was also the New England regional champion in Spec Miata last year. So, again, lots of experience there behind the wheel. He says his volunteerism in the SCCA, he's a track knight in America, terrorizer. He hasn't been kicked out yet for his aggressive driving. That's classic, absolutely classic.
Well, you talk about, drivers. Ryan Maloney, kind of a rookie in this class, right? Not a rookie driver, but a rookie in this class this year.
In Spec Miata, certainly.
Spec Miata, making his run towards the runoffs. He is going to go out to Road America, go out to the runoffs. So, looking forward to that. I think Ryan's going to do really, really well just because, again, we've talked about this. The Class A race before this, it was all about momentum. He's got the patience, he's got the understanding, and he's got the know-how of what it takes to get this car up to the front and get it up to the front pretty quick.
All right, and we have, besides the bearded wonder, David Stern, we've also got Vicky Maloney.
It's Ryan's mom.
There we go. Hi, Mom, in the chat. And good to see her. And, Mom, if you haven't done so already, remember, go ahead, give us a big thumbs up, and make sure to subscribe so you can see every time your boy Ryan races on our broadcasts. And we would appreciate that.
I saw Dad Russ. He was up early this morning. I was shocked.
Well, he probably hadn't gone to sleep.
Here comes the Cephalo machine there going around Jenkins as well.
Yes, Jenkins was being shown a blue flag, let him know that faster traffic was coming by, and he's got not only Cephalo but John Jenkins and Dr. Dom coming through as well. And Brian, once again, JJ, the 195 machine, and also Luigi's really closing things up on Cephalo now.
Yep.
And Cephalo's going, where were you like 7 laps ago when I needed you?
When I needed the bumps and the pushes to catch the front four once unfortunately Seth Gentry had his problems there pulling off again. So, yeah, I think that would have been where they had time to to move back up there and be in this fight for this lead. But that doesn't look like that is going to happen today with that 7.5, almost 8-second lead from our front three.
And there are our leaders right now coming through the Octopus. Let's jump back with them as they come out and through that quick little bend over at turn 11. And Sarnecki with perhaps his largest lead of the day so far, Brian. About 1 3/4 car lengths. And I have to be quicker on the trigger button with that camera here. Now you see opens up even more. Again, a great run out of the Octopus to now extend things out. But again, on that straightaway, as you come out of the Octopus, with Leveroni and Maloney there nose to tail, a great opportunity to essentially eliminate whatever advantage you had over the previous lap.
Yeah, 5 laps left to go here. And the other thing too, Greg, is Leveroni and Ryan Maloney, they've got to be thinking about that bumper too from Christian Zarnecki. Is it going to come off? Is it going to be, stable enough to stay on there? I don't know how loose it is. I do know that every time we see that in the shot, that left side, it does tend to flutter a little bit more with every lap that goes by. And here you can see Jenkins has now caught Cephalo going there. So, again, that's going to be the battle for fourth between Mark Cephalo, John Jenkins. Don't throw out Dr. Dom in there. He's still kind of hanging tough.
Well, here we go, waiting for him to show up. And there you go, right on the scene as they go in and take a look at that right behind him. Antonio Abram has now gotten back into the conversation as well. He's only a couple car lengths behind, maybe just out of the draft. But again, starting to close things down that last time by, Abram was 0.6 of a second faster than Dr. Dom just ahead. And likewise, Dr. Dom was about 0.4 faster than John Jenkins ahead of him.
Yep. Yeah, Dr. Dom starting to get pulled away from the draft, too, with Jenkins and Cephalo as well. Here they coming down through turn number 1 right now, getting ready to come up the top. Again, I think this is where it is starting to really start to take its toll on these tires.
Yeah,
you can clearly see that, especially in the Cephalo machine. As Greg, if we can, let's go down into turn 5 really quickly. Maybe right there at the exit, right there, you can see Zarnecki and Maloney. They were side by side. Ryan not going to give that up. He's going to have the inside line right there, but Zarnecki's going to have the power to pull on the outside.
Yeah, but Brian,
right,
I think we might have a new leader, and I think it might be Leveroni. Oh,
nope, it is.
You're right.
It is Christian
Zarnecki. Yep.
Leveroni's still holding on to that third, but Maloney down into turn number 5 really went side by side, pushed it hard with Zarnecki, and held his line all the way through there. Zarnecki was over, driver's left, but he was able to keep the momentum going through there, coming out of turn number 6 into turn number 7. Again, getting ready to come down underneath the bridge here. There'll be 3 laps left to go here for our overall leaders, and I think, Greg, if you look at this shot right here, that's the largest lead they've had over Leveroni in a while. But ends up happening is that he ends up catching back because Maloney seems to be a little bit quicker off of turn number 2 down the hill into 3, down into 4 and 5.
And it actually ends up slowing Sarnecki down a little bit as they come out of there down the hill, because you see here almost every single time Maloney takes a quick little peek to the inside. Whoops, we'll go back here over here as Jenkins is now is right up to the back of Cephalo in the battle for 4th. Dr. Dom starting to close things down once again. But what I was going to say here is every time that Maloney takes that little peek coming down the hill out of 3, it really forces Sarnecki to at least do this brief little thought as to whether or not he's going to stay to the inside and try to come underneath him going into turn 5. And he hasn't done it yet, but it's probably coming.
Yeah. Again, the biggest gap to Leveroni that those two drivers have had pretty much the entire race, other when Leveroni was up. And it could be that Nick is just sitting back a little bit, knowing they're going to start racing side by side.
Exactly.
As he's watched Ryan the last couple laps really coming out of turn 4 down the hill into turn 5 into that sharp left-hander, that he knows where that move potentially could be made, and then end up being that he may follow him through there as well. As they cross the start-finish line now, again, 2 laps left to go here, so where is that move going to be made? And now as you look a little bit further back, and I know you switched, but let's keep an eye on this one right here, because the next time that the next 3 cars that come in, Greg, Dr. Dom making a move on Jenkins. Here comes Cephalo. Now Dr. Dom, throw Dr. Dom up into 5th place and throw John Jenkins back into 6th. Great move coming out of turn number 12 with those 3 as well.
Yeah, as Dr. Dom has really found some speed here in the last couple of laps. That last time by almost 0.6 of a second faster than Jenkins, and 0.3 faster than Cephalo ahead in that Planet Miata car. And the 46 is a coming, Brian.
Yep. Yeah, that
although Dr. Dom gets real loose coming through 5, he lost a lot of momentum, allows Jenkins to pull right back up to him and pull alongside Brian as they go into turn 6. And I think we'll see here, Dom's going to have to defend from the inside.
Yeah, well, they're side by side right now. So as our leader is now getting ready to come up underneath, come out of the octopus, come through turn number 12 down. It's going to be Zarnecki, Ryan Maloney, and then Nick Leveroni. And then again, Greg, you've got the battle back there for 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. But here comes our leaders. They'll be getting the 1 to go board. 1 more lap to go. Where does the move become? Does it become down into turn 1, or does he wait and does he make it down where he's been the fastest all day long, and that is down the bottom of the hill of turn 4
I don't know if he's close enough, Brian, as they come down into turn 1. He was still about a car length back, and yeah, he's going to have to follow Sarnecki going into turn 1. And Sarnecki, he may be wondering again, this is where he starts, where Maloney usually starts to make the move. We'll see if he does it. Not yet. As they come down into turn 4, will he poke to the inside and make that long run around the outside of 5? Again, still not close enough to even pull alongside, Brian.
Yeah, I'm trying to sit there right there. It looks like he may set him up right here, Greg, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get that done. It looked like the last couple laps he was trying to take that wide entry into that turn and then try to set him up and go underneath him. Not able to make that happen. Let's see what happens down into the octopus when they go in there. Coming down into this camera right here. Here it is. He started to peek out there to show Zarnecki, hey, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere.
And it looked like Zarnecki might have moved over under braking, might have moved to try and hold him off there. You're allowed 1 move. It was late. It was late, but it was there. And Zarnecki holds off Ryan Maloney, gets very loose coming out of the octopus, though, as we've only got 2 more corners till we see the checkered flag. And it is Christian Zarnecki. It's Ryan Maloney. It's Nick Leveroni. Now, as they come underneath the bridge and through the final corner, and Leveroni gets a great jump, Brian, and he might be able to get around Maloney for the 2nd place on the podium. Taking the win is going to be Christian Zarnecki. Nick Leveroni by 32 one-thousandths of a second will take 2nd. Ryan Maloney will finish in 3rd. Mark Cephalo holds off Dr. Dom. Cephalo will finish just off the podium in 4th. Domenico Luigi will finish in 5th. John Jenkins in the 195 car. He'll come home in 6th. Antonio Abram. Great first weekend for him here at Thunderbolt. Abram finishes in 7th. Casey Mosley now comes across the line in 8th with Steve Ficacci finishing in, Mosley in 8th, Ficacci in 9th. Ficacci finally, let's take a look here. He passed him on the last lap, Brian, gets around Actually, it was on lap 18, pardon me.
Yep.
Got around him with 4 laps to go. Mike LaMena will round out your top 10 just ahead of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, who finishes just out of the top 10 in 11th. Well, we said it was going to be a barn burner and a great race to end the weekend. And wow, it certainly was. Thank you, Jessica M. Said a great job to Casey Mosley over there. That's Jessica Mosley, I presume. Great job, everybody, from Russ Lundberg. If you liked what you saw here today and you didn't think it was a fluke, well, heck, even if you did think it was a fluke, go ahead, smash that thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to both the Washington, D.C. region as well as the South Jersey region SCCA YouTube channels. We'd all greatly appreciate it. And Brian, let's take a quick look at broadcasts that we have coming up in the next couple of weeks. And it's not going to be long. Join us next Saturday on the DC Region YouTube channel, where we will have the next installment of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as well as the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship from Summit Point Motorsports Park. That is July 19th and 20th. In August, we hope to be at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. That one's still a little bit up in the air, and then we're going to wrap things up at Labor Day and October for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series at Summit Point Raceway. So, Brian, as we get ready to wrap things up here, of course, we've got some big thank yous to give, and I want to we already mentioned him, but want to certainly thank J.D. King, who has been one of our champions. He is the race chair here this weekend. Greg Amee, of course, is the Northeast Conference U.S. Majors Series Administrator. Our race director this weekend, Kathy McLeod, with Chief Steward Russ Gardner, Clerk of the Course, Joe Stadelman, as well as birthday girl, Sue King.
Absolutely.
Our safety steward this weekend. And, of course, somebody who gives us so much assistance behind the scenes, both before and after these events, Terry Zane, who is the registrar for the South Jersey region of the SCCA. Brian, any last thoughts before we wrap things up?
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch my breath after that one. There was battles all over the racetrack here, but we had some really good racing. The entire field throughout all of these cars through this weekend for this major. So again, these drivers out here putting it all on the line, and this is just a great facility to come to and really do it. So really excited to see what's going to happen next, and as we move through the rest of this year, we'll see most of everybody out at the other racetracks.
All right, so everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next Saturday afternoon from Summit Point Raceway, Summit Point Motorsports Park for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Thanks so much for joining us.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna LaMena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wal.com WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.